Hello, and welcome to another stream of Call of Cthulhu. Thank you so much, Zereth, for leaving the lurk, and thanks for being fifth. You made it in after the Invisibles. Hey there, Kill Bandit. Welcome on in. So we're up to Chapter 7, and at the end of last stream, last week, I read this, but I'm going to reread it again as well at the start of this stream. And there's 14 chapters, I think, from memory, and I don't know if I'll finish the game today, because I do read some of the stuff. Anything that's just like, hey, I picked up a glass bottle, I'm not going to worry about reading it unless there's something specific about the glass bottle that's important, like, you just found a glass bottle which can open up a portal to another world, like, for example. But I will read the majority of stuff that I find. That's okay, Kill Bandit. I hope it's going well. I'm actually going for a specific ending as well. So there's 4 endings, and I've already gotten 3 out of the 4. So for this playthrough, there's certain things that I'll be doing to make sure I get the ending that I haven't gotten yet. Chapter 7, The Nameless Bookstore. The Shambler turned out to be much more than an artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins, as a huge creature came out of the painting to attack Pierce. After a hard fight, the detective managed to send it back into the painting. He later discovered that the dagger he used to repel the creature had been sold to Sanders by a man named Algernon Drake, owner of the Nameless Bookstore. Pierce decides to pay the library a visit.
Where is the bookseller?
It's going okay, Kill Bandit. Oh, that's good to hear. And yeah, it's going well for me too. Things are going good. "28th of October, 1924, the Nameless Bookstore. I left the Sanders house, still shaken by my encounter with the Shambler. Thanks to Kat's indications, I ended up at the Nameless Bookstore, a haunt for devotees of esotericism. The place seems to have been burglarized. Who could have done such a thing? Okay, so we've had another addition to the mental trauma. Meet the Shambler. It is in Francis Sanders' private gallery that Pierce discovers the identity of the Shambler, a huge artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins. When Pierce approached it, the creature burst forth from the painting and immediately chased after him. This beast from another dimension has such a hold on the mind of a person who finds himself in its presence that a simple glance in its direction is enough for Pierce to lose some sanity. Look. Pierce finally managed to send the Shambler back into the painting using a dagger engraved with a strange symbol, but this encounter has left its mark on the psyche of the investigator. Still under the influence of the creature, he almost stabbed his own hand. Alright, so I've already read it, but his current level of sanity is shaken. The ordeals you have gone through have left their mark, but you still manage as best you can. You keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. You still have some way to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity? Alright, so I don't know if... I think I've read about Dr. Fuller and that, but if not, just to recap the characters. Dr. Fuller, age 52, occupation Riverside Senior Physician. Dr. Fuller reigns as the undisputed master of the Riverside Institute and of its cellars, in which he carries out illegal experiments on his patients. I don't know what he has done to me, but I shouldn't be back on my feet so soon after my fall when the tunnels under the Hawkins mansion caved in. This man is dangerous, and I'd swear that he knows more about all this business than he's willing to tell. Irene Sanders, age 41, occupation nun. It's clear that she holds Sarah Hawkins responsible for the death of her husband. What I don't understand about Irene Sanders is this mix of sadness and insensitivity. It looks like she had given up on her husband long before his horrid death in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. Sanders residence. The Sanders house, all in shades of red and gold, is impressive, but nothing matches the private gallery of Francis Sanders. The place is huge, and entirely dedicated to his passion for troubling and macabre works. Defaced figures of virgins, sacrificial daggers, statues of monsters, and the painting that led him to his demise take center stage. The Shambler, a painting by Sarah Hawkins, a close friend of the couple. What happened in this room, I will never be able to forget. Dagger of the Ancients. This exceptional dagger of Ottoman origin probably dates from the 16th century. It bears the Elder sign on its hilt. It apparently belonged to Pagali Ibrahim Pasha, Grand Vizier at the court of Suleiman the Magnificent. Legend tells that Pagali used the symbol on the dagger to protect the court from a creature that haunted the mirrors of the palace. What is certain is that Suleiman had his vizier executed. Did he fear him after his demonstration of power? Extract from the Art and Mysticism Francis Sanders' Forgotten Objects. Painting of the Shambler. The painting was exposed in Francis Sanders' gallery, but I think that the creature no longer requires it for movement. It went to hunt down Sanders in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. I do not know where it comes from, but one thing is sure. It's starving. Did I succeed in sending it back to its world? I'm not sure. Alright, skills, what do we got? We've got 2 character points available. History of Darkwater, Volume 2. A Puritan colony led by Reverend John Wickwood settled on the island during the 17th century. They named the island Darkwater because of the dark shades of the sea. They believed it was because of the peculiar color of the rocks surrounding the island. They erected the first buildings, among which were the Hawkins Manor, the church, and the cemetery. The rare documents and handwritten notes they left spoke of nightmares and deviant behaviors. They disappeared at the beginning of the 18th century.
The Book of Zion is the foundational work behind Helena Blavatsky's theosophical movement. Its followers place truth on the same footing as a religion.
Book of Zion. These Tibetan writings are at the origin of the esoteric movement founded by Helena Blavatsky at the end of the 19th century. The creator of Theosophy would have drawn extensively on the texts of this work, but no one has ever been able to consult them. I thought they didn't exist. This book, discovered in the Nameless Bookstore on Darkwater, could be as much a fake as irrefutable proof of Blavatsky's sincerity. Alright, so one of the requirements that I need to do in order to get the ending that I want is I need to make sure that we read all the unholy books.
What does this strange book contain? This book contains unholy knowledge.
I love the timing of that dialogue. The first bit of dialogue really should have actually happened when you interact with it first, because the timing of it is funny, because Pierce is like, I wonder what knowledge this is. This contains unholy knowledge. Malleus Bestiarum. This collection catalogues and classifies creatures that I have never heard of, divinities from the stars, creatures capable of traveling from one dimension to another. It presents itself as the reference work on the bestiary of the myth. without giving details on the mythology to which it refers. Its pages are covered with phantasmagorical illustrations. Handbook on Anatomy and Dissection Book 2. As precise and illustrated with as much detail as the first volume, this book focuses on healing surgery specific to malformations and motor disorders. It's a shame that the text on this text board isn't in a quality that would make it easy to read. Handbook on Anatomy and Dissection Book 1. The least that can be said about this book is that its title is well conceived. The illustrations of human anatomy and dissection methods presented are illustrated in great detail. You have to have a strong heart or the detachment proper to doctors to consult its pages.
What a strange amulet. I have a feeling I'd better not touch it.
Amulet in the shape of a dog. A strange amulet. The pendant is in the shape of a large dog. I don't know what it represents. I might find out more by searching the bookstore. The Hound. Do not make the mistake of taking this jewel for an inanimate object. The soul of a powerful sorcerer, devourer of bodies of the Leng cult, a sect from Central Asia, lies in this jade amulet. His very characteristic form, a massive hunting dog, represents the transformation of the sorcerer into a man-eating ghoul. Whoever unearths the amulet and wears it around his neck is at risk of the sorcerer's wrath. The latter will return in the shape of a formidable hunter to track and dismember all defilers. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Hey there, Assassin Mafia. I did, yeah, I finished Stray. Got it all done. Great game. Really enjoyed it.
What happened here? Let's start over. Where did they break in from?
The Nameless Bookstore. I've never seen such a collection of works on magic and occultism. Algernon Drake, the owner, prides himself on being a luminary in the study of esoteric phenomena. The library was ransacked during an attempted burglary. It holds numerous rare or forbidden works. Its back room houses a safe protected by an ancient symbol. No worries, Assassin. See you when you get back.
Blood. Seems like amateur work. To whom does this footprint belong? This burglar seems to be rather clumsy.
Alright, I'll come back to this room in a moment. Welcome back, Assassin.
What killed all these animals? What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene? What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work? What the... Charles Hawkins? Looks like the symbol rejected Hawkins. Where did I see it? What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess? Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe. Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case. Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
A page seems to be hidden here. It is possible to read. If somebody finds these memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in this plane of reality in order that they be recovered and burned. The funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. The following message is of capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine can hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek world. Each cylinder is numbered, even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason usually prevails in the end. If by chance a person, or should I say a genius, was to match my intellect and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content into the safekeeping of my friend and colleague, Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. The content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous for it to fall into the wrong hands. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents, and that you will act accordingly. In any event, I will neither be there to guide you nor to suffer from your actions. Kill Bandits, it was. You had to watch the rest on the vid. You work nights and was working and then heading home. You live in the States, EST time. That's understandable too, and thanks for checking that out, Kill Bandit, as well. Because I like having the VODs there in case people, aren't able to see the full stream and they want to see what might have happened and all that kind of stuff. Assassin, this game kind of reminds you of Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I believe the people who made this game actually did at least 1 or 2 Sherlock Holmes games, but I haven't actually played any of those, but I wouldn't mind, because one of the reasons why I like this game is because of the whole playing a detective kind of angle. It was Kill Bandit. It really was, And I like how they handled it too. Hopefully there's going to be a sequel. And I was saying that, in a sequel, it would be interesting if the characters that you come across are actually other animals that have survived, and to actually be able to know what they're saying by having the animals, sounds and stuff actually as, text subtitles for us to know what they're saying, kind of thing. But I don't know how that would be handled, because that might bring a bit of a fantastical element into it, maybe. Hey there, Anamone. Welcome on in. Really? So you finally got heavy rain? Excellent. That's great.
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills?
I found these sleeping pills in the bookshop. Does the bookseller suffer from insomnia?
What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
Hey there, Royal Twix. Hope it's going well. Oh yeah, Anemone, that would be a big relief to have that happen. This key that bears the Elder Sign is the only one able to protect your psyche. It is in the form of a cylindrical medallion hanging at the end of a heavy chain. Hundreds of years ago, the star and the branch, whose purpose is to push back the forces of the great Old Ones, were engraved at its center. Everything points to it being Charles Hawkins that tore it from its last owner, an Egyptian antique dealer. In press cuttings that mention the misdemeanor, the date of the robbery coincides with the last of Hawkins' trips to Cairo. It remains to be seen whether he knows of the true purpose of the artifact. Try to find it. Charles Hawkins tried to burglarize Algernon Drake's bookstore, but how is it possible given that he is supposed to be dead? There's a lot more behind this story than a mere conjugal drama. What did Sarah Hawkins and Algernon Drake try to hide in the latter's safe? So Algernon Drake, the owner of the bookstore, also knew Sarah Hawkins. Their relationship went far beyond that of a seller and a faithful client. She helped him to protect an object. They hid it in the backroom safe, and Sarah Hawkins painted this strange symbol on the door. Charles Hawkins must have wanted to steal it. I must open this safe and find out what's hidden inside. How can I find the combination? By going into this other room. We've got all these books here. I'll read those in a moment. Get an oil top-up. There's a chessboard. History of Darkwater, Volume 4. In the 19th century, as the American whaling industry reached its peak in the rest of the world, whales gradually disappeared from the waters surrounding Darkwater. This phenomenon appears even more mysterious because up till then, the region was a favored refuge for cetaceans. In 1847, after months of pursuit, Scylla returns to port with a gigantic creature on board. Its crew asserts that the sea monster had eaten all the disappeared whales. After a night of ferocious combat, the survivors managed to drag the beast onto the whaling ship.
Arkham editions. Never heard of him.
Arkham Anthology, Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, a collection of poems by Edward Pickman Derby. Also known as the Nightmare Lyrics, this collection of poems was sensationally received when first published in 1908. Derby was only 18 years old. This volume is part of the Arkham Anthology, a luxurious collection of treatises and works on esotericism and the supernatural. In the movie In the Mouth of Madness, directed by John Carpenter, which is a massive love letter to H.P. Lovecraft, there's actually a character with the last name Pickman. There's a hotel that the main character checks into, and Mrs. Pickman is the name of the person who runs it.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Arkham Anthology, Volume 8, Isis Unveiled, a book of esoteric philosophy and a key text in Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Movement, written by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. The bottom part always says the same thing, so I won't reread the bottom bit.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
Arkham Anthologies, Volume 4, The Key of Solomon, a book of spells supposedly written by the legendary King Solomon. It contains various rituals of invocation and rituals of curse. Reedition by Claudia D. Waits, based on L. W. de Lawrence's original.
Arkham Editions. Never heard of him.
Arkham Anthology, Volume 8. Massa di Requiem per Shugai. Opera in 8 acts by Benvenuto Sciatti Blodigera. an infamous lyrical work published in Italy in 1768. It is said that the opera was performed only once, resulting in an audience riot that left several dead and missing. Wow. Sounds like the comment section of a YouTube video sometimes.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Arkham Mythology, Volume 6, The Prophecies, a collection of long-term astrological predictions written in verse, written by Nostradamus, translated by E. Leone and Theophilus Widebridge.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
Arkham Mythology, Volume 2, Corpus Hermeticum, written by Hermes Trismegistus, translated and edited by Nathaniel M. Coppelius. This collection of texts on different beliefs was written by a legendary philosopher. It includes a translation of the Emerald Tablet, a popular text among 16th century alchemists.
Arkham Editions? Never heard of him.
Arkham Anthology, Volume 1, Oera Linda, an ancient Frisian manuscript translated by William R. Sandbach. The text claims that in the distant past, Europe and other continents were controlled by the mothers of this people and, moreover, that our alphabet is derived from the Frisian language.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Arkham Anthology, Volume 3, Things That Should Not Be, a collection of essays on American folklore and urban legends written by Albert Wilmarth, professor at Miskatonic University. So there's actually a Metallica song called The Thing That Should Not Be, which is a reference to H.P. Lovecraft stuff.
Things are not looking good. A kind of chalice.
This goblet seems to be very ancient. It seems to be made of gold and decorated with real precious stones. Do the rubies and sapphires make up a specific motif?
Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
There we go, that's where it is. This is definitely one of those games where they actually hide items from you. Like, they make items invisible in the game world until the game wants you to find them, and then magically they turn up. Breviary of Medicine, Tome 3. Even a few years back, it was possible for a single practitioner to know all the medical knowledge of his time. This book, which concludes the series, shows that this is now virtually impossible. About 10 renowned doctors took part in putting together this collection. Hey there, Zereth. You think he wonders how many volumes there are? Yeah, I don't know why they had him keep repeating the same lines of dialogue. If you're going to go through the trouble of just having him repeat lines of dialogue, you may as well have made those other lines of dialogue different slightly. Or just make him say the dialogue once. Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions. I don't know these ones. Arkham Editions.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Zareth, you wonder how many volumes there are? Yeah, I wonder how many volumes there are. I wonder how many volumes there are.
Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
The Chalice of Knowledge.
It's Goblet of Fire.
The Queen has little protection. The Queen has little protection.
Hello there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's things going for you? So what he found was the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, roughly translated Book of the Dead. That's something that the Evil Dead series has also used. Chapter 8, Riverside Institute. In the nameless bookstore, Pierce traced the trail of an attempted burglary. He discovered that Charles Hawkins was behind the attempt. Pierce opened the bookseller's safe to find what the latter and Sarah Hawkins had hidden there. A book covered in human skin lied inside, irresistibly attracted to the detective. When he opened it, his mind was projected into another body. And when we see all like the pictures of like the silhouettes of people, it always reminds me of the X-Men movies when Xavier uses Cerebro and you see all the inhabitants of the planet represented as these silhouettes and stuff. Kugid and AC Origins. That's true. The Book of the Dead is also in that as well. It's going good, thanks, dude. How's your day been? Excellent, dude. That's great to hear. Really good. Good to hear. And yeah, my day's been great. Had a good one. Actually had some sun outside for a bit, so that was good. Went and did some shopping and got some things. So everything's going well.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr. Fuller? It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
So the person that we're actually playing now is Marie Colden. And Marie Colden is actually voiced by Emerald O'Hanrahan. And two of the other games that I'm really familiar with her being in is Alien Isolation, but also Assassin's Creed Syndicate as Lucy Thorne. There's her IMDb. Crooked, nice. You reckon it cooled down considerably for you so the sun can be enjoyed even more? Oh, absolutely. You know, I really do like the cold weather, but when it is nice and sunny outside, it is good to get a bit of the rays of it. Not too much, though, because if I stay in the sun too long, I get sunburnt real easily. But just short-term exposure is really good.
Did you inject him with a tranquilizer?
No, Doctor. Not me, not anyone. Our stock is empty, yet again.
Again? But there was enough for the whole island.
More and more people are suffering from insomnia. We can't refuse to help.
Of course.
Any idea what this man might be undergoing?
Very well. I'll examine him. 30-year-old subject. Severe hypothermia. Erythematous papules around the eyes and eardrums. Necrosed palpebral tissue. Lord, this smell. Severe malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia. Doesn't seem like an edema. Slight protuberances seem to indicate the presence of a foreign body. His skin shows abnormal loss of color and seems dried out. He's totally dehydrated. His fingertips and toes seem to feature a slight ring under the skin, tender at the touch, slightly sticky.
So, Doctor, an opinion?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to treat this man.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
No worries, Zareth. I'll see you when you get back.
Did you examine his abdomen? It would seem there's something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema? Pushing with your finger won't leave a trace. And look at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Whatever it is, this man has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
Dr. Fuller said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth. In spite of the muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
And yet, if there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than that of a newborn baby. What about his cranium?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Look at these sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
I'm sure you'll find an explanation. You have to.
I see signs of hypodermoclysis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion. But that doesn't explain his condition.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are not those usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
No. This poor man is from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations, and this transformation is killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients, provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
There, there. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
His limbs? His body temperature? I don't know what experiments you've undertaken, but this is going too far.
Oh, I sense some excitement beneath your indignation. Could it be you wish to join me in my scientific endeavors?
You are a brilliant physician, Dr. Fuller, but this man has the attributes of some kind of animal.
Fascinating. An animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps?
This amuses you.
Your reaction does. I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man, and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my discovery. These people owe me their life, but the world isn't ready yet. It will be, in time.
I will not let you do this.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and try not to forget who you're dealing with.
Was that a threat? What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to protest, I will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Hey there, Neb. How's it going, Ember?
I disapprove of Fuller's methods, but his treatments have saved more lives than I can count.
And Mr. Blake? You said yourself he was dying.
I don't know what to think for now. What I'm sure of is that Fuller is hiding something from us, and I need to know what that is before I take a chance exposing him.
And where would you find those? In his office? What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting on your discretion.
Of course, Doctor. You can count on me. I'll keep Mum.
Oh, cool, Ember. That's great. Great to hear that you're going good. I'm going really well. Things are going great.
An unknown medicine. Judging by the other ones, it causes heavy side effects. Hay fever. What's he doing here?
Doctor, please. My chest. Oh.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological solution doesn't seem to work. He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation. Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is too high. Replace it with 2% glucose solution with insulin, calcium, and sodium bicarbonate.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
Ah, the whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
The one that hides the smuggling business.
Oh no, not them. They don't go on that side of the island. Everyone in his place. The captain on one side, Cat on the other, and me. Well, I've been to the whaling station, I have.
What did you see there?
Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight through.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps. No idea. Passed out. I'll just sleep a bit more.
He broke his back in an accident down by the docks. Mrs. Sanders? Why did nobody tell me about her admission?
Irene Sanders' medical file. The file describes the state in which Irene Sanders entered the Riverside Institute, as well as the treatments administered to her. Fuller added a handwritten note. He recommends to take her down to the psychiatric wing in order to provide her with the quiet and rest that she needs.
She recently came back from the surgical block. She's stable. Given her file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable. But Fuller was able to save her kidney. Another insomniac. I should find the cause for such a widespread trouble.
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This patient was again brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight. We haven't been able to move him. The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir, I am going to examine you. Do you understand? Inject him with a dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct the clinical examination. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling. His binds left bloody wounds.
So, Doctor, what should we do with this patient?
You did good work. The tranquilizer is kicked in. Now you can disinfect and bandage his wounds.
Thank you, Doctor. And as to his weight loss?
I'll prescribe an antifungal treatment for his dysgeusia. In the meantime, feed him intravenously.
It'll be done.
Gentlemen, may I help you?
We're waiting on news regarding our mother, Maureen Harding. She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
I've tended to her, and I have good news. Her blood analysis is reassuring. Her kidneys are as new.
Are you talking about the same person? This is miraculous.
She's still recovering, but you may speak to her upon her awakening.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll wait for her to wake up. We've been here since this morning, so it won't make a difference. Thank you again, Doctor.
don't get why they have us waiting so long. Almost no patients here.
Where did my fiancée go? I hope those nutcases will stop burdening her with work.
It's a quiet little town. Days go by, steady as ever. I wanted more for myself, but...
Ethan,
Marie,
what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my medication, of course. Why?
You're not here for treatment, right?
Am I so obvious?
Only to me. I know you worry about me.
I trust you. I'm happy to see you.
Me too, Ethan. Is that all?
Well, there might be something else. I'm not sure.
Tell me.
I have nightmares. They keep me awake every night. It seems stupid, I know, but they're terrible.
Actually, you're not the only one.
No. No one has ever seen the things I see. It's like I'm turning mad.
I wonder how many volumes there are, precious. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. Thanks for redeeming that, Zareth.
So many people have this affliction. It's like an epidemic.
Do you think it might be related to Fuller's work?
I don't know yet, but I will figure all this out. Everyone in Darkwater is suffering from nightmares.
Really?
We don't have any medication left.
Oh, there's no excuse then. I should let you work.
Take care, Ethan.
You too, Marie.
Dr. Colden. Thank you for your help, Doctor.
Thank you. I'll be going. This man, Edward Pierce, his file is incomplete. What did Fuller do to him?
Medical record of Edward Pierce. The file is strangely incomplete, and the detail on treatment is not given. It does not respect standard practice.
The key to the boiler room is missing. Dr. Fuller always keeps his key with him.
No, you're pulling my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the schedule. She's alone in the bathroom again. And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan?
Oh, listen to the way you talk, you naughty girl. And the answer is no. You can imagine that she doesn't dare say a thing. That silly goose lets herself be trodden on.
Oh well, at least we won't have to clean for a while.
And just wait and see the next time the water's cut off. It's a real show. Dr. Colden?
We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor. We sent the purchase order, though, and Mrs. Donovan refused it.
Once again.
Can't you do anything?
Donovan takes her instructions directly from Dr. Fuller. I'm afraid I can do nothing about it for the moment. We've been waiting to be restocked for weeks.
Uomo Delinquente. This pseudoscientific work by Cesare Lombroso correlates an individual's morphology with his criminal predispositions. The seriousness of this study and the accuracy of the demonstrations can deceive an uninformed reader.
Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair.
Elizabeth? You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because, as always, I'm cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Come now. Don't let that witch sap your morale. We're lacking in qualified personnel, and she knows it. Her petty punishments won't last forever.
I'm trying, Doctor. I'm trying. It's just that sometimes I imagine she shuts down the water herself, just for the pleasure of harassing me.
Her time is much too precious for these kind of petty games.
Anyway, I've learned my lesson. I'll hold my tongue next time.
Courage, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Doctor.
The Reference Book of Medical Sciences. Like a dictionary, this work references, in alphabetical order, all the medical sciences known and practiced in the modern world. For each of the entries, the major works and the names of the reference authorities are listed.
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do. Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going? Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
I will tell him, nonetheless.
Let's hope I can go through the administration office.
Watch out for the water, Doctor.
The key to the boiler room opens the door to the boiler room.
The key to the boiler room. All I have to do is shut off the water and hope Donovan takes the bait.
Actually, hang on, there was a spot I forgot to investigate. Medicine and Secret Sciences. This very interesting book, aimed at a wide public, demonstrates how non-recognized sciences have influenced modern medicine. Magnetism, grandmother secrets, Chinese acupuncture, hypnosis, herbal medicine, alchemy, and many others have contributed, to a certain extent, to the enrichment of medicine at the beginning of this century.
Patients and hospital personnel eat the same food.
That food looks delicious.
I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool.
Monkey wrench. A simple monkey wrench. It could prove useful. I don't want to be your monkey wrench. Riverside Institute. I found a book in the bookseller's safe. There was something wrong with it. It smelled of death and putrefaction. I had a bad feeling. I read it to understand why I had such feelings. What happened after that? Where am I?
I feel guilty about Elizabeth, but I need the diversion. It's temperamental, if I understand correctly.
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
It's not your fault if we have defective plumbing.
And yet, I'm the one who gets punished because I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth. Here we go. And hold your tongue this time. Mrs. Donovan?
I'm busy. Elizabeth, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. But it's about the water.
What now?
It's off. It's not my fault.
Nothing is ever your fault. I told you to control the flow, even if I know it's not your strong point.
I've apologized 1,000 times.
I haven't counted that many, but then unlike you, I don't have time to keep track.
Please, Mrs. Donovan. I'm grateful to you for having kept me on despite that incident. I just need the water to be put back on. Otherwise, the bathroom will quickly become a nest of germs.
Oh, very well. I'll finish what I'm doing, and then I'll fix your blunders once more.
Thank you, ma'am.
At last. The missing files must be hidden here. The Stendhal syndrome. Of course. This is where Fuller found his diagnosis for Francis Sanders.
Psychological study. A study of the Stendhal syndrome, a particularly rare mental illness. Subjects display mental disorders linked to an exposure to works of art.
Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle. Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle. I've unlocked something. Patient files. I was right.
Sarah Hawkins' interview. This cylinder was hidden inside Fuller's office. He recorded his thoughts about one of the many psychoanalysis sessions he submitted Sarah Hawkins to.
Conclusions, session number 17. Patient, Sarah Hawkins. The patient appears to have finally accepted the illusory nature of what she calls the mythos. It goes without saying that these peculiar delusions are the price that comes with her exceptional gifts.
This finger belonged to a woman. Why keep it here? Why does Dr. Fuller write psychological reports about Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key. But I found nothing to explain Mrs. Hawkins' abilities.
The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came, irate that Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later. I am prepared.
Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller. What is the connection between these three?
It is fortunate that I had the presence of mind to set the morgue in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden in plain sight.
Why is Ethan on medication? Of course. Sarah Hawkins is the connection.
Sarah's shoe. A partly burned shoe. It seems like it belonged to Sarah Hawkins.
I must go back to the basement.
Fuller's notes. If the evidence garnered in the Hawkins drawing room raises questions as to what became of the parents' bodies, the discoveries of Colden in the office of Fuller reinforce this conviction. Sarah Hawkins was moved from the crime scene by none other than Dr. Fuller. Even more significant, the director of the Riverside Institute obviously had a strong obsession with the artist. The content of the cylinders recorded by the doctor proves his interest in the young painter. Summaries of psychoanalysis sessions as well as blood tests confirm the fact. In one of the cylinders, Fuller clearly states that he has hidden the body and the personal effects of one of his patients.
I should go another way.
Ah, now that's the Marie that I know. I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around. Slowly. Talk, filthy thief! Or I swear I'll shoot!
Filthy thieves.
Take a minute to look around. Everything points to Charles Hawkins.
He's dead!
No. He was here for a very specific item.
Oh, no.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
They're a thief, you are filth. Die, thief. You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life. Yeah, Crooked, where is Charles Hawkins? Where is he? Alternate universe Connor. In each different video game universe that has a Charles in it is asking, where is Charles such and such?
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose life did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute. She's in danger. I have to go.
Wait. No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
Alright, so if I look at the requirements for the ending that I want, I need to accept Drake's help offer.
All right. I might need you after all.
Perfect. Let's meet later at the Hawkins mansion. Now go! Rescue the doctor!
Thank you, Drake.
Doctor Who? Oh, Marie Colden. I like that bit of music. It sounds like a demented cat meow. Chapter 9, Riverside Institute. The book projected Pierce into the body of Dr. Colden. The detective watched, helplessly, as Bradley's friend carried out her inquiry. Confronted with the experiments of Fuller, she got into his office and discovered that the director of the Riverside Institute was hiding information on, if not the body of, Sarah Hawkins, but she was discovered by Fuller. Pierce must save her before it's too late.
I pray that Colden is really here and alive.
Alright, so let's have a look. 29th of October 1924, Riverside Institute. I came to in Drake's bookstore. In my mind, I still see what Maria Colden lived through. Treatment given to patients, her search for medical records, the enigma of the boat, going down into the cellars, and Fuller. Did the book cause this hallucination? Is Colden in danger? Drake will help me in my investigation. He'll meet me in the Hawkins mansion after gathering up his things. In the meantime, I've got to save Colden. Getting into the Institute wasn't a problem. Finding Colden and getting out with her might prove to be more difficult. Algernon Drake, age 43, occupation bookseller. Algernon Drake is the owner of the Nameless bookstore and a friend of Sarah Hawkins. It would seem that the two of them were united in a common thirst for knowledge about the occult. He has a strange collection of parchments and books of spells, and he seems to know a lot about the island's clandestine activities. If I decide to explore the occult trail, he will be an excellent guide. Through the eyes of Dr. Colden, I finally visited the Riverside Institute. The operating rooms and dormitories surround the pharmacy. Everything here has an air of respectability. Do the nurses really know, like Dr. Colden, what's going on in the cellars? What is sure is that the staff fear Fuller. It is perhaps this fear that prevents them questioning the validity of a medical center of this size on such a small island. Ascent. When they will have consumed the stellar flesh and survived the transformation, closer than ever to their new master, they will enter his sleep of death and will only awaken to answer his call. They will be called the Awakened. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Cthulhu. Now I can't pronounce all this stuff, but let's have a go. Fin Glui Miglaf Cthulhu Raya Magad Nag Fatagan. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Elder Sign. Men discovered a protective symbol so powerful that it could remove them from the gaze of creatures of the myth. They carved it into their jewels, painted it on the doors of their houses, and embroidered it on the clothing of their children. Later they understood that it could even exercise its power on the doors of the sunken city. Necronomicon. The words that follow are not really mine. They were communicated to me in my dreams and trances by the greatest minds in the cosmos. I take advantage of these moments of lucidity that grow ever shorter to write down these few scraps from the immense knowledge that they send crashing against my broken mind, night after night. I can only leave these crumbs of knowledge to the world in the hope that reading them will guide men. But I already fear that unholy words will stain the soul of whoever dares open this accursed collection, because, just like prisoners whose confessions were written on their own skins, I shall protect my heritage beyond the ages. High Priest. The call cannot be made without a guide. The guide does not have to see or to hear. He is fully committed to the cause of the great Old One that he serves. He will find the oracle, he will pursue the truth-seeker, he will neither reveal nor explain. He will observe, and, when the stars align and the day of awakening arrives, he will take his place and lead the call. Alright, so we have a new entry in the mental trauma category. Reading the Necronomicon. Pierce has read the Necronomicon. Drawn by the whispering of the accursed book, he forced the bookseller's safe, touched the skin binding, and deciphered the last words of the crazed Abdul al-Hazred. As if as an answer to the questions that Pierce was asking himself, the book sucked in his mind and projected it in the body of Colden. Silent witness to his own investigation, he followed her steps down into the cellars of the Riverside Institute and her confrontation with Fuller. Returned to his own body, Pierce slowly comes to understand that his investigation is taking him into unknown territory. The words of the Necronomicon still echo in his mind. Will he ever forget that horrifying read? Alright, we've got 4 skill points available, so let's finish off upgrading the investigation. Investigation represents your investigating talents. Improving this skill increases your chances of understanding past events by analyzing a crime scene or an object and of picking locks. I'll hold on to those other points we got. Diary of the Pastor's Wife, Volume 1. The Diary of Reverend Wickwood's wife. Her husband John built the first Hawkins home, called Hilltop, at the end of the 17th century. They were among the first white colonists of the island. The previous inhabitants disappeared mysteriously 3 centuries earlier.
An old diary. The Scylla is here, like in the vision. Colden came this way. What the... Fuller, too.
Small bottle of sleeping pills, probably used on the patients who have trouble sleeping to find slumber. Alright, so we need to read all the books, the unholy books, as part of the requirements for the ending that I'm going after. Malleus Bestiarum, Volume 3. This collection catalogues and classifies creatures that I had never heard of, divinities from the stars, creatures capable of traveling from one dimension to another. It presents itself as the reference work on the bestiary of the myth, without giving details on the mythology to which it refers. Its pages are covered with phantasmagorical illustrations.
Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
Best thing, you know how he hates to be interrupted when he's operating. Moreover, I don't know who he was opening up, but he seemed quite enthusiastic.
I wouldn't like to be on that table.
Woo! You said it.
No! No! My God! What is happening to me? What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else.
Medicine and Its Secret Sciences. This very interesting book aimed at a wide public demonstrates how non-recognized sciences have influenced modern medicine. I've already read that. Anything I've already read, I won't reread every time.
What happened? Something has changed, but what?
destiny. It has trapped you.
You are confronting powers that surpass you.
This whole part can be very tricky. In this area, when you have like the screen looking like this with greens and purples and stuff, your lantern doesn't seem to have like any limitations for how long it can stay alight for. However, when we actually interact with the lantern back over this way, it switches us to the other version of this world where we can run out of light. And as long as you make it back to this area before your light runs out, the game will automatically fill it up for you. Alright, so that's meant to happen. It's a jump scare they put there for you.
It looks like things are back to normal.
Needless to say, in that previous part, if the light runs out, you get killed by the Shambler.
What's going on? It never ends. It's actually an interesting song, Crooked, this one, with the lyrics. I watch you sleep while you dream so deep, I think. See how they shine. Couldn't catch that line. No one can see them like you and me. So there's a few lyrics before that point that I didn't make out, or I couldn't make out. He sees you. Damnation. That's me.
Oh, God! I gotta get out. I got...
Oh yeah, Crooked, he's fine. Nothing wrong at all.
Pierce, I found her. I finally know what's going on. You must live and find the truth. It is already too late for me.
Colden? What's going on? Was it a hallucination?
Please take a seat and be quiet, Mr. Pierce. I'll be with you in a moment.
Stop whatever the hell you're doing and turn around now. No, it can't be. No! You son of a bitch! What did you do to her?
I wish I could have done more experiments on you, Mr. Pearson.
I said, what did you do to her?
You shouldn't be sorry for your friend. You should envy her.
Murderer! This madness must stop! Colden?
Zereth, he's just wondering how many volumes there are. They were his first words when he was born. How many volumes are there? His parents were very confused. Crooked, is he a German doctor? Why am I even asking? Of course he is. Oh, yeah. You know, it's the cliche thing of any sort of like mad scientist in these sorts of stories has to be a German mad scientist. The actor who plays him, Wolf Kahler, I didn't know until I looked up the IMDb for who plays who in this game and realized that he's one of the characters in Raiders of the Lost Ark. And I think I'd seen him in some other stuff as well. But he's done a few video games actually, looking at his IMDb, so that's cool. I like when actors embrace the medium of video games as much as they do movies and television. Crooked, nice. Well, yeah, the Mad German Doctor. Is this by chance set during Nazi times as well? It was actually after World War One, 1927. I think this game takes place in. So, or hang on, I can actually see. Well, I can't right now. But the character we play as did fight in World War One. They actually named the offensive that he took part in, but I can't remember off the top of my head though. Gotcha. So very close then. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it's 1927 or 1928 when this when the main part of the story is set.
What did they do to you? Can you speak?
He gave him the gold and I the azure. I don't see him very often anymore. The green is stronger.
Are you feeling ill?
I'm here, but no.
Let's get you out of here.
It comes in my dreams. Our minds melt like colors on a palette.
Come with me.
It's as of the oldest green. Violent living, vibrant. A sea green, maybe. No.
Mrs. Hawkins, we must go before someone finds out.
Oh, but he will. He always knows these things when it's about me.
So here we go. Dun dun dun! Sarah Hawkins isn't actually dead. Yeah, Crooked. It's Sarah. Does a great job at being bewildered. Alright, so one of the requirements for the ending that I want to get is I need to speak the Aurelian language 9 times.
I have seen the same color. It was not as vivid as you said.
A pale copy. A discarded spawn.
Do you know what it was? Tell me.
I can't. We should not call his name. Terrible, terrible consequences.
All right. Come with me.
He will know. He will find us.
One more reason to hurry.
Have I seen you before?
Can you walk?
Maybe.
Then let's go before your husband finds us.
Riverside Institute. Getting into the Institute wasn't a problem. Already read that. This place, it shouldn't exist. The doors leads elsewhere. The symbols must disappear. A presence. The Shambler. I must get out. Sarah Hawkins is alive. After Colden, everything is mixed up. The corridors grow longer. There was this voice and all this blood coming out of abandoned cells. I folded it. She is here. She isn't dead. Marie Colden, age 32, occupation doctor. I arrived too late to free Colden from the clutches of Fuller. Just before I found her body in the hands of the doctor, she had come to see me to give me a last message. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I believe that her words were full of truth. Sarah Hawkins, age 33, occupation painter. I found Sarah Hawkins alive, prisoner of the Riverside Institute. Charles Hawkins and Dr. Fuller seem to have connived to hide her from the world. She seems to be very affected by the tragedies that have struck her family, but I detect a fighting spirit in this woman that I would better not underestimate. She's a survivor. Okay, so we have another addition to Pierce's mental trauma. The sanity over on the right side, though, hasn't changed in terms of like the description. It has changed, though, in terms of like how much of Pierce's sanity is left, but it's still in the shaken category. Crocodiles, the menu, color choice, UI, etc. reminds you a lot about Valhalla. Yeah, there's definitely a very similar use of the color green that Valhalla also has as well. The cost of truth. While Pierce's sanity is growing dangerously weaker, his increased sensitivity to the occult opens new ways for him. On rare occasions, he is now able to unearth hidden truths when he speaks to the inhabitants of the island. As with everything connected with the myth, using it comes at a cost. Zereth, shaken, not stirred. Alright, we have 4 character points now. Let's level up the spot hidden. There we go.
was in your studio.
What?
You painted me. That's where you saw me.
Of course. The men in white are coming.
You mean the guards?
This way. Follow me.
What the?
Oh, no.
Hey there.
Yeah. I got
Just you wait. Come out.
Okay. Okay. Wait. The machine. It's the green. The decaying one.
The gas.
Yes. It's not good for living beings.
We don't have time for that.
I am not moving until the wrong is set right.
Damn it. I'd be better off finding a tool. Perfect. All right. That should do it. Let's move.
I'm your puppet no more, you bastard!
You're my wife. My wife. You owe me obedience.
Leave her alone! We're leaving this crazy island.
You are going nowhere. Don't get between me and my wife. Nobody tells me what to do with my wife. How dare you? No! Why should I let you take her away when I could snap your neck?
All you did for her safety was throwing her in this rat hole.
I hid her well enough.
You let Fuller play with her.
Stop. I did everything I could to protect her. But her identity, her power, is what threatens her.
What?
Sarah has seen things, has made things you can't even begin to imagine. Would you still save her if I told you that she is even more dangerous than I am?
It was her magic. The bookstore.
How do you know that? It does not matter. Sarah has been in the presence of the myth for too long. Even if she were to leave Darkwater, she would still hear his call. And the cult will always be here, waiting for her.
Then we get rid of its members.
You are out of your league, detective. They control the whole island. She will finally surrender to his power, and the world will fall with her.
Don't!
No one can escape the wheel of destiny, they say. But I will change it. I will save Sarah.
Crooked, have you ever seen the movie The Boondock Saints? Recently you rewatched it and you heard the voice of the Italian mafia boss Papa Joe, and it was like, and you were like, hold on, that's Basim, Carlo Rota. I have, but it was like many, many years ago when I saw it. It probably would have been about 2001, I think, when I first saw that movie. But that is so cool that he's in that. He's such a great actor. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more stuff that he's been in that I saw, but he didn't stand out at the time. Yeah, exactly, Crooked. He wasn't going to really do shit there. Took care of Charles Hawken for real this time. Crooked, he was so good in that movie. Nice. Yeah, I do believe they did a sequel as well, but I never saw that one, but I did see the first one. Chapter 9, Hawken's Mansion. After the death of Colden, Pierce, victim of hallucinations, advanced inside the Riverside Institute to the point of discovering Sarah Hawkins alive, prisoner of Dr. Fuller. The last confrontation between Charles Hawkins and his wife has revealed that the man, under his monstrous appearance, tried to protect her from the influence of the myth. He warned Pierce, if Sarah succumbs to the lure of the occult, she will lose all free will, allowing the cult to bring its plan to fruition. Summon an ancient and evil god. Henceforth, Pierce must know more about Sarah Hawkins's intentions and find a way to protect her.
No parent should have to bury their child, knowing it's me that put him there. The guilt will never go away.
I feel your pain.
I'll do anything to get him back. Anything. My work was what lured me here in the first place. It began showing me things I never should have painted. Things Charles should never have seen.
What am I to you? I took care of you, saved you from your miserable life. You'll never find a man better than me. You owe me.
I owe you nothing. We'll leave now.
You're not going anywhere. You are mine.
It's over now.
My dear Sarah, you are not seriously considering exposing yourself to that influence again.
Do I have a choice?
The Hawkins Manor. What does she really know? What have they done to her? Her husband said that she was dangerous. Sarah Hawkins. She looks crazy. Like me. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so Pierce's mental trauma has a new addition. Charles Hawkins. Pierce and Sarah Hawkins confronted the monster that Charles Hawkins had turned into. The man retained nothing human. Tentacles replaced one of his arms, his face bore the signs of an unfinished mutation, and he was endowed with superhuman strength. He was on the point of strangling Pierce when Sarah Hawkins drove a poker into his throat. Pierce finished him off with an axe. This fight to the death left Pierce physically and mentally scarred, and so his sanity now has the level of psychotic. There is a secret, a forgotten secret, so old and terrifying which is only divulged in the blasphemous pages of lost tomes or whispered during forgotten and outlawed rituals. We are not children of Providence. You know the cruel and awful truth, and you have seen the frightening face of reality. Welcome to Arnold Schwarzenegger's Call of the Chopper. You might remember me from such films as Predator, Welcome to the Jungle, Kindergarten Cop, and, lastly, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Hey, Mr. Goethe. Coming in with the Arnie impression. Thank you so much for redeeming that, dude. How's things going for you? Alright, so our occultism is nearly to level 4. So for those who don't know, at the start of the game, when the game gives you free character points to use, the game lets you apply them into occultism and or medicine. However, once you get past that part, anytime you want to actually further increase the medicine or the occultism, you then have to find things in the game that actually increase that. So at the start of the game, I actually increased the occultism to level 3 automatically. So you can do that right at the start of the game, but not after.
How are you, Bradley?
Ah, it's you, Pierce. I'm just worried about Marie. I mean Dr. Colden. Have you had any news?
Alright, so this is one of the things that can go towards what ending you get. So for the ending that I need to get, what I need to do is tell Bradley the truth about what happened.
I'm so sorry, Bradley. I could do nothing to save her.
What do you mean? What happened?
I'm not sure what happened, but I found her body in the cellars of Riverside.
You sure that you've got nothing to do with it? If she hadn't tried to help you, she might still be alive.
I'm sorry. Truly.
It's that slug, Fuller. I swear I'll shoot him. What do you say, Pierce? Are you with me?
Alright, so one of the things that I need to do to get the ending I want is to choose an answer in Rillian language 9 times. So basically for the rest of the playthrough, every time it's an option, I'll be choosing the Rillian language.
Have no fear, Bradley. Dr. Fuller will not escape the clutches of destiny for long. Sooner or later, he will be judged for what he has done. You just need to have faith.
What are you talking about? What's this story of destiny? No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to wait for some mystical intervention. I'll take care of him. Myself.
We must do something for those who are still alive, Bradley. Sarah is still in danger as long as the cult is active. We need to see this through, otherwise Marie's death will have been in vain.
You're, the voice of reason, Pierce. As always. I prefer to be alone.
Mr. Pierce, we were waiting for you.
Good. Sarah doesn't have much time.
What are you doing here?
Did you think I would let you confront the occult without supervision?
This is too dangerous for a bookworm like you.
Algernon, I need to talk to Mr. Pierce.
Very well, Sarah. I will be in Charles Hawkins' office.
You seem different.
Yes. When I woke up this morning, my mind was sharper. Cleaner. I can still hear the voice calling me. It is so strong, so ancient, enticing, dangerous. I may never be able to escape his grip, but for now I can keep it at bay. I know what I owe you, Mr. Pierce, but I can't come back to Boston with you.
I saw everything. The tunnels under your house, the rituals, the secret society. I must get you out of its reach.
I know how dangerous they can be to me. But first, there's the Wanderer. I must find it and kill it. I am the only one who can end its slaughter.
No. No, you will come with me to Boston.
I owe you no obedience.
This isn't about what you want or don't want to do. You would risk destroying the world just because you can't face the consequences of your actions.
I am willing to atone for my sins.
No. You're just trying to erase all proof of the mistakes you've made.
I know what I have done. I will not rest until the creature is sent back to its dimension.
You can't give up, even knowing the stakes.
Yes, thank you.
Still, I won't let you go.
What?
You will stay here until I find a safe way to return to Boston.
That's ridiculous. Listen, Algernon knows of a way to protect me. Help him find what he seeks, and we may all survive this battle.
All right. I'll help you.
Bradley knows about Colden. She won't leave Darkwater, not before having killed the Shambler. This is madness. Drake might know something. He spoke about protecting her. He's waiting for me in Charles Hawkins' office. Charles Hawkins, age 41, occupation shipowner. Charles Hawkins tried, one last time, to challenge the wishes of Sarah Hawkins, and he is dead. This time, there is no coming back. Although I condemn the actions of this man, in a certain way I understand his motives. He was ready to do anything to protect his wife. His abandonment of the cult allowed us to flee the Riverside Institute and to learn more about the threat that was weighing upon the mind of Sarah Hawkins.
Was Sarah Hawkins telling the truth? What kind of ritual was she preparing? Was the painting of the Shambler displayed here? Mrs. Hawkins never told me why she was in possession of the Necronomicon. How did she survive her encounter with the Shambler? Knowing Mrs. Hawkins, I bet she was willing to fight. Did Charles Hawkins break the lock to enter?
Sarah Hawkins has read the Necronomicon. Was she haunted by the book? She must have looked into it to find a way to get rid of the Shambler. Each time this woman gets close to the occult, a catastrophe occurs. I don't know if she really has any power, but I must shelter her from all this madness. Sarah Hawkins' ritual. Is the Necronomicon endowed with its own conscience? While investigating the Hawkins mansion, Pierce came into contact with a residual image of the lost book. The work is so powerful that even the memory of it is enough for the detective to lose some sanity. Pierce is not the only person to have read it. As he suspected, Sarah Hawkins also studied it. The failed incantation. In Sarah Hawkins' office, a circle decorated with unknown symbols, surrounded by partly consumed candles, bear witness to the artist's occult activities. In the middle of tangible proof, upturned easel, broken bolt, mark left on the floor by a beast, new residual images arrived to disturb the reconstruction. The Necronomicon appeared on the floor, probably because Sarah Hawkins sought the knowledge required to carry out her rite within its pages. It was, no doubt, a rite of revocation, because the Shambler was present. The mark on the floor does not lie. There is no other creature on the earth capable of making anything like it. Whatever Sarah Hawkins tried to do, it failed, and the state of the room accentuates the words of her dead husband. She must, never again, come near occult forces. Thanks for redeeming the Bane impression, Harbinger.
Ah, who are you talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? Do you know how much I make a year? I mean, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you know what would happen if I suddenly decided to stop going into work? A business big enough that it could be listed on the NASDAQ goes belly up, disappears. It ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly don't know who you're talking to. So let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
What's that from, Harbinger? Thanks for redeeming that. I appreciate it. KTMX, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh, it's from Breaking Bad, is it, Harbinger? I see. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that show, so I wasn't familiar with it. But thanks for redeeming that, though.
Damn it. The entrance to the tunnel has been buried following the cave-in. But at least I didn't dream it.
Harbinger, you gotta love Greek bureaucracy. You called 5 different officers about an issue that you have, all gave you a different answer. Oh, jeez. I hate that kind of stuff because, number one, it's annoying, but number two, it's such a waste of time that they do that to you as well.
Seeing you again. Ah, it's you. I'm here for her, not you.
I don't care why you're here. Your usefulness is the only thing that matters. How do we protect Mrs. Hawkins from the influence of the forces that claim her?
By following Charles Hawkins, that imbecile of a thief, of course.
What do you mean?
He found something. An amulet. The symbol engraved on it could protect Sarah.
Could?
We are dealing with forces that by far surpass what your intellect can process. Feel free to ask me any question regarding the matters that exceed your grasp.
What is the true nature of the Necronomicon?
I see that you are interested in my precious book. It is the definitive book of knowledge of the occult, Mr. Pierce, written by Abdul al-Hazred. It is the answer to many a question.
That is why it's so highly valued.
Yes, and even though it is a copy, given to me as a gift by Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University, the work remains very powerful.
I understand better why you keep it in a safe.
Don't have enough requirements for that. Oh, well, that's fair enough. I need to respawn 9 times, so I'm sure that there's enough in the game to cover 9 responses in Relia, or however you pronounce the language. Oh, hang on, no, I already asked it. Burrod. I thought it was a new set of things.
The dagger with the strange sign. Was it you who sold it to Francis Sanders?
If you are referring to the dagger of the ancients, then yes, it was me. Why?
Do you know what he intended to do with it?
Francis was primarily a collector of occult objects. He liked rare items such as the dagger. But I doubt he knew its purpose.
It allowed me to send the creature you call the Shambler back into the painting.
Fascinating. But I am afraid that this might only be short-lived.
You mean that thing could come back?
Yes, that is why I am looking for a more permanent solution.
It must never come back. A genius like you must have already found a way to get rid of this creature, yes?
I sense your sarcasm, but it does happen that, yes, I do have a solution. I think I can destroy it, but for that I must approach the creature, and to be able to do so, I need the key to Rie.
Another one of your baubles.
It is no bauble, unbeliever. It is a very powerful protection, able to repel very ancient forces. Much more effective than your Colt.
What does it look like?
It is a golden amulet, bearing very ancient inscriptions and an elder sign at its center. A star with an eye in the middle.
I've already seen that sign. Where can we find it?
Therein lies the problem. That foul thief Charles has hidden it somewhere. I found this drawing among his personal effects. I think that it has something to do with the location of the amulet.
I'll follow this lead. You continue searching.
That is what I intend to do. As for you, return here the second you find it. I don't want it to disappear again. Ah, it's you again.
This creature, the Shambler, what is it?
It is a hunter. It travels from one dimension to another to hunt down its prey.
Francis Sanders was one of its victims. How could a creature like that end up in one of Mrs. Hawkins' paintings?
Sarah has an uncommon gift. A connection with entities that live beyond our reality.
I doubt that she was aware at the time, but when she painted the picture in a certain way, she called it.
And now it remains in our reality.
Let us say that it uses the painting as a portal into our reality, and we make enticing prey for it.
That's why we must find a way of sending it back to where it came from permanently. That's all I wanted to know.
All in good time.
Drake thinks that Charles Hawkins has hidden an amulet in the mansion that is able to protect Sarah Hawkins. Apparently, the symbol that is engraved upon it has influence over the powers that threaten her. If it's true, I must get my hands on it. The drawing leads to the amulet. Where have I seen this bust? The Key of R'lyeh. Drake maintains that it can repel the forces of the Great Old Ones and lock the doors to the undersea city of R'lyeh. I see an ugly, solid gold medallion engraved with the same symbol that repulsed Charles Hawkins in the Nameless bookstore. It remains to be seen if it can really protect Sarah Hawkins. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it? Sketch of a still life. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it? And magically, it appears there where it wasn't there before.
This is the amulet that Drake was looking for.
R'lyeh Key. This amulet is engraved with the Elder Sign. Drake calls it the Key of R'lyeh. He firmly believes that this artifact is of great power. R'lyeh Key. Oh yeah, I haven't actually read this Trapped in Madness entry yet. Is the death of Colden a hallucination, or is it the sole flash of truth in the slow descent into madness that Edward Pierce's mind is undergoing? The detective gained entry to the Riverside Institute in order to help the doctor. Immediately attacked by the Shambler, he fled through a transmuted hospital, whose architecture respected no physical laws. His wanderings led him to an operating room where his confrontation with Fuller came to an end when Colden's corpse rose up to attack Pierce. The detective thinks that he's got a grip on himself, but he now knows that death and madness lie in his path. His sanity was severely affected by this new ordeal.
Ah, it's you again.
I think I've found what we're looking for.
Let me see that. Yes, that's it. It's perfect. We are saved.
I must tell Mrs. Hawkins.
Yes, do that.
A second drawing. Does it lead to the amulet? I have the amulet, this symbol. It's the same as the one on the dagger in Sanders' cell. Drake safe. The Elder Sign. It is powerful. We might make it. I must show it to Drake. Before I go, I just want to actually speak to Bradley again. I don't think he has anything new to say. I think he just says, I prefer to be alone.
I prefer to be alone.
There we go.
I have it. It's a strange amulet. I hope it will protect you, considering that nothing will help you change your mind.
You must understand, I already went too far.
What have you seen that's so terrible you convinced yourself that you had to risk so much?
I can't tell you now.
This story is going to end badly.
Yes. Chief West is here with Sullivan.
Bradley, you take care of Sarah. I will deal with them.
You sure? All right.
I've been hearing about you a lot lately. You seem to enjoy causing trouble.
Nice job, Chief. You got me. Great police work.
You can try to play smart with me all you want, Pierce. Witnesses have identified you as the one who set fire to Riverside.
Witnesses? How convenient. That's not the whole story, is it?
I don't care about your stories. Save them for the judge. You know, us cops, we base our investigation on facts and testimonies. You might want to try that next time.
You bet I will.
Mr. Gote, so is Cthulhu actually in this game? He is. That's all I'll say. Stanley, you know who plays you? Your ex. Welcome, Stanley. Hope it's going well. Darkwater Police Station. With the help of Algernon Drake, Pierce has obtained an amulet that is supposed to protect Sarah Hawkins against the evil powers that covet her. The painter told him of her desire to track and kill the dimensional shambler in order to atone for her sins. Before Pierce could stop her, he was arrested by the police. Stanley, you're making your ex jokes frequently, but you hope it's not hurting anyone with PTSD from an old relationship. Yeah.
You know, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Pierce.
All good, I hope.
It appears that you've been involved in a variety of misdemeanors since your arrival on Darkwater. Entering private property, twice. Aggression, insulting behavior, and to top it all, arson.
Stanley, intruder, even thinking about relationship gives you PTSD. Stanley, what about if you see a ship that's named Relation? Donna, very thoughtful. Humor could also heal. Welcome on in, Intruder and Donna. I hope things are going good.
Listen, Chief West, I realize that I'm in your jurisdiction, and that you don't like guys like me. However, I think that these accusations are exaggerated and that we would benefit from working together.
If that means a confession from you and therefore less paperwork for me, then we've got a deal.
I'm serious. Can't you see what's going on right under your nose?
Yeah? So what's going on that I don't know about?
Stanley, if so, say it, friends. You can always make other uncomfortable jokes. Well, it's definitely fine by me, Stanley. Donna, hope you're doing well. I am, yeah. Things are going good. Having a good week. Middle of the week already.
You'd be better off taking an interest in Dr. Fuller. The experiments he carries out on his patients are as inhuman as they are illegal. And when Dr. Colden wanted to put a stop to it, she too went under the knife.
What are you talking about? Nobody's reported any wrongdoings. Dr. Fuller is a man who is as much respected and admired on the island as he is in his profession. It seems like you've got a grievance against him. Is that why you set fire to his institute?
I'm admitting nothing at all.
Come on, I'll show you to your new residence. I'll be back later to ask you some questions. I hope that you'll make the right choice and confess to everything. It would be as unpleasant for you as it would be for me if I had to adopt more advanced questioning.
I have no doubt about that.
Good night, Mr. Pierce.
I got carded at the liquor store, and my Blockbuster card accidentally fell out. The cashier said, "Never mind." Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee. That's a good one. Stanley, Prime Gaming gives Prey for free this month. Well, that's cool. That's a game that I would like to play at some point, actually. 29th of October 1924, police station. I'm in jail thanks to the locals' policemen's incompetence. They claim they are witnesses who recognized me as the Riverside Institute's arsonist. I don't know what's happening back at the Hawkins mansion while I'm here. Darkwater Police Station. The police station on Darkwater is in the image of those that occupy it. Cramped, neat and tidy, and totally amateur. I'm the only one occupying a cell, but it's not surprising when you see the collusion between the police and the bootleggers who no doubt supply them with whiskey. I must find a way out of this hole.
Mr. Pierce, the Truth Seeker, we meet at last.
Who's there?
I am the one men named Leviathan. Not because of the scale of my terrestrial form, but as a reminder of the immensity of my knowledge, which I came to share with you, human. Do not struggle. You will not be able to speak or escape my influence.
Alright, so as part of the requirements to get the ending that I'm after, I need to make sure that I embrace the Leviathan's knowledge.
Excellent. Your mind has begun to expand. Your dreams have been gently shepherded by the being they call the Oracle. But it is your curiosity and your fate that have led you up to this moment. You are here to accept the knowledge and follow the path that leads to your freedom. This is an offer that the likes of you, particularly those with such rare characteristics, cannot refuse. The more you bend your human spirit to make it able to receive the truth, the closer you will come to embrace his power. Where is the Oracle, Truth Seeker? Would you like to see her?
Crooked, going to be lurking for now, Cindy. Hope you have a great stream with this. Thank you so much, dude. I absolutely will. Thank you so much for leading the lurk as well. I really appreciate it. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel if you haven't before. He's currently doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins. He's doing a stealth challenge with that. He also has a community challenge set up where you can redeem channel points to go towards unlocking an Assassin's Creed Valhalla playthrough where he will also do a stealth challenge with it as well. So when the points target is reached, that's what he'll be doing. He'll be doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla with a stealth challenge as well. He's also a big fan of other stealth games. He's also played through the first of the new Hitman games from 2016 as well. Great streamer, has a lot of funny channel points rewards, a lot of sound bites, especially from Assassin's Creed, but also success sounds from various other games like GTA, Red Dead Redemption, as well as Witcher 3's Yeah, which is all randomized. When you redeem it, it'll randomly select from heaps of options of which one to actually play. But a lot of funny content on Crocodile's channel as well. So highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Stanley, Oh You Poor Soul Volhal Stealth Challenge. GPS location. Crooked, thanks for the shout out, mate. Appreciate it. Absolutely no trouble at all, dude. More than happy to give you one, buddy. I hope that when you stream, you have a good start to it.
Where is the Oracle? Is she not the very object of your quest? I'll let you see for yourself. But do not forget, your fate has already been written. Our paths shall cross again, Truth Seeker.
You know the risk, Sarah. If you happen to use your powers again, you may lose more than your life.
It is not about me, but innocent lives. I hope that your sources are reliable.
The bootleggers have the painting. If the dimensional shambler is to appear, he will do it here. The shambler! I knew it!
No! Not again! Algernon, come back!
Abandoned mine. They call it Leviathan. The being who has been talking to me since my arrival here. I was in my cell. He appeared and talked about Sarah Hawkins and how badly I wanted to see what she was up to. What has he done to me?
Where is Algernon? And the Shambler? No way back. How many are there?
but it's either you or me.
No! What are you... No! Open! Open! Open up! Open this door! It's here.
The beast is within our reach.
Are you sure you want to do it?
Let's go.
Quickly, come with me!
How do we kill it?
The Shambler can open breaches between dimensions. He uses glyphs as anchors to stay in our world.
Then I must destroy these glyphs.
Exactly.
How can I find them?
I will make the glyphs visible so you can revoke them. By doing so, this zone will be protected by a barrier.
Perfect. Stay inside the shield.
I'll create the protective barrier. Get back inside it as soon as you sense the slightest danger. He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try... The first glyph must have appeared somewhere on the floor. He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
Stanley forgot to congratulate the Father's Day of one of very important individual, Denethor, who loves Faramir very much, Father of the Year. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, he definitely favoured Faramir over Boromir. Like, he definitely was a great father to Faramir, wasn't he? Not. Alright, so one of the requirements for the ending that I want to get is I need to make sure that we save Drake during this final clash with the Shambler.
Find that symbol, Sarah. It should react to the light if you use your lamp.
The glyph. I can't move it. Is it acting against me?
The ritual is working. Don't worry, it's just until I ward it off. Oh no! The Wanderer is back. The glyph is ready, Sarah. Run! The second symbol has been revealed. You know what you have to do, Sarah.
Where is it?
He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
Yeah, great one, game. Great one. Bootlegger's Caves. Thrown in prison, Pierce finally met the mysterious entity men call Leviathan. The being offered him to unveil Sarah Hawkins' schemes by seeing through her eyes.
The second symbol has been revealed. You know what you have to do, Sarah.
Drake sounds familiar. You love Faramir Denethor memes. Yeah.
He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
Alright, game. It won't let me do two things at once.
The second symbol has been revealed. You know what you have to do, Sarah.
is it?
You startled me, my friend. I have the impression the Shambler is trying to anticipate our actions. The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on. He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
Getting stuck on the environment in games is one of my fucking favorite things, not? And you get fucking stuck by touching the slight angle of something. There's absolutely fucking bullshit in games. Make the character fucking buffer around something. How fucking hard is it to do that when you're programming a game? Like fucking seriously. If a character gets stuck on something, make them automatically bounce off of it somehow.
Breach the barrier to ward off the creature.
I don't care if it's not fucking realistic, you're still playing a video game at the end of the day. Video game logic still needs to exist in a video game.
Oh no, it's already here. Release me now! Algernon!
Done! Quickly! Bring him towards me! Well done, Sarah. It's time we were done with this painting. Let's go, Sarah. It's over.
Alright, good, we saved him.
Do you hear something? I can hear him. He calls me.
Sarah! No!
Algernon. It's too late.
Must resist! Please! Don't!
Chapter 11, Darkwater Police Station. Sarah Hawkins, together with Algernon Drake, managed to permanently drive the Dimensional Shambler back at the end of a fierce battle. However, this feat of strength cost her what was left of her self-awareness. She has succumbed to the call of the myth.
Sarah Hawkins. Why did she do it? Damn it!
Did our guest enjoy our hospitality?
Let me out of here.
I'm warning you, Pierce. I want a short and clear-cut confession. Do you admit your guilt in the case brought before you?
You don't have any idea what's happening on this damn island.
Chief West, we got a problem.
Damn it, not now. What is it this time?
Captain Fitzroy, Chief. Some guys have ransacked Roy's bar. They went berserk, attacked the patrons, smashed the place up. It's chaos.
This is only the beginning. Let me out.
Let's go take a look. Tell Sullivan and Marshall to keep this one nice and warm till I get back.
Are you stupid? Don't you understand?
Those goddamn idiots.
Truth Seeker, I find you again. As promised, I come back to reiterate the offer of truth. As your mind expands and finally understands the true nature of the world, your perceptions change. Are you ready to see your world and the ones that live in it as they truly are?
It doesn't matter which option you choose here. All the options.
Come, Truth Seeker. Follow the path of the ultimate truth.
I thought we were made of the same stuff, Detective. Fighters. Survivors. I never would have thought you so naive. It's all your fault. You could have stopped this whole thing. Your army buddies, the villagers, me. We're all in danger, as long as you're alive.
I can't go to sleep. Keep having the same dream. Or should I say nightmare? That pain in my chest as if I was being skewered. Darkness, cold, silence. Then I wake up in the hospital bed alive. That voice whispers in my mind. I keep hearing it, and I don't know how long I'll be able to resist.
Who are you, Truth Seeker? I may see you in my dreams. I still can't decide if you will be my doom or my liberation. This fate, it may have been written for both of us, but I will fight for what is right.
Dom, what happened?
Come, you'll want to hear what these two Egypts have to say.
This better be interesting.
Seems like someone decided to grant you your deepest wish.
A mutiny?
Worse. They killed Chief West.
What?
And left his body in one of our warehouses.
You're kidding.
They're all yours.
Which one of you is dumb enough to kill a cop and throw him on my doorstep?
We don't know nothing.
The dead body in my warehouse disagrees.
We swear, miss, it's not us.
I don't have time for this. Spill it.
We've got nothing to do with it.
Actually, you just gave me an idea.
You can beat me as much as you want. I won't speak.
And why is that?
They always know what's in our heads. We can't even want to tell you. They will know the minute we consider telling you.
Stop. You're giving me a headache.
But You can look by yourself. You're clever.
Yeah. She'll figure it out.
Where is this workshop?
I'll go with you. He must be talking about the old boat repair workshop.
Release our friends, you bunch of pickaroons.
Yeah, they've done nothing wrong. Apart from killing a cop on our turf.
That's hooey.
How do you know they killed him?
Do you want me to settle it with some lead?
Scurvy dog always threatening us.
Quieten these lunkheads down before I shiv the lot of them.
I'll take care of them. A bunch of liquor sponges aren't going to lay down the law round here.
I'll take a look at this workshop. Join me when you're finished.
Darkwater Docks. Leviathan came back. Did he really offer me a choice? Was he even there with me? There was water and dilemmas and visions. I can't say when my mind started showing me things that may not exist. What is it this time? Abandoned mine. Sarah Hawkins has tracked the dimensional shambler right into this abandoned mine. The bodies of the bootleggers and the presence of crates shows that the place was used by Kat's gang.
If someone had told me that one day West's work would kill him. Someone moved the corpse here. Where did the murder happen? We came from here. Down the stairs. So this is where West was killed. What's that? What the fuck is that? Where did it come from? He wasn't alone. Who were those guys? There's only one man who smokes these gaspers. Fitzroy.
You're not supposed to be here, Truth Seeker.
What's going on outside?
The crime scene. The body of Chief West was found in a warehouse on Cat's territory. By following the trail of blood, she discovered the identity of the killer, a member of the cult that is currently running amok on the island. Impossible, on the other hand, to explain how she uncovered the following information. The presence of Captain Fitzroy, and especially that of Sarah Hawkins. Algernon Drake, who was supposed to have stayed with her in the mansion, appears nowhere in this strange reconstruction. Colt 1911 A1 pistol. Mainly used by the United States Armed Forces, a well-crafted and effective weapon. So the way that the aiming works in this with the gun is kind of a bit weird. When you actually aim at someone to shoot in this game, the shot won't register as hitting them unless a certain icon appears on screen.
No.
Or not. it's very, very stupid how they've programmed the shooting in this. Darkwater Port. Leviathan returned to torture Pierce with a new vision, one in which the detective will see through Kat's eyes.
What's going on outside?
Like, for some reason, even though we're aiming at the first guy in front of us, and the icon is a fist, it's still not counting as hitting him.
What's going on outside?
Now it does.
Next one who comes close gets one in the head. What the hell?
Dom, get out of here.
Go! I'll cover you! Die, you filthy rat!
Damn it!
Darkwater Police Station, Chapter 12. Pierce saw Kat's worrying discoveries through her eyes. While she was searching for the murderer of a cop, she was attacked by some of the island inhabitants. Pierce has yet to find if she did make it.
Pierce, wake up.
What happened?
Take that weapon, you'll need it. Sarah Hawkins, she... Ah!
What? Tell me!
My head! You're coming into my head!
Bradley, damn it, pull yourself together!
They got me! I can't resist any longer!
The only thing you had to do was keep an eye on the painter. What happened with her, Bradley?
It's...
What happened to Sarah Hawkins?
I was unable to stop her.
What do you mean, unable?
She left with the bookseller. He came back, alone. Told me she couldn't resist the call. The doctors told me later that they saw her going in the direction of the whaling station.
Damn it!
I'm turning, Pierce, into one of those things.
No! Keep fighting it, Bradley.
It's too late. You have to end this. Do it. Kill me.
To get the ending I want, I need to kill him.
I'm sorry. I gotta... What? Okay. I can't breathe. What's happening?
Rest in peace, Bradley. I don't like killing him, but for the ending that I want to get, the only ending I'm missing out of the 4 that there is a requirement to kill him in Chapter 12 here. Police Station. Halloween, 1924. Kat. Did she go after Fitzroy? She followed the murderer's trail and found cultists again. What about Sarah Hawkins? Did she leave to join them? Bradley. Shit. He was turning into one of them. I couldn't let him become like them. All I can do now is find Sarah Hawkins. Alright, so Pierce's sanity is still in the psychotic category, but he has lost more sanity, of course. And we also have some more entries in the mental trauma. The stolen choice. Gaining knowledge always comes at a cost. An unknown entity has come to find Pierce in his cell. The presence, who calls itself Leviathan, offered to grant what it called knowledge to him. When he accepted this gift, his mind was again projected into another body. He followed the actions and the fall of Sarah Hawkins. She that Leviathan calls the Oracle gave in to the attraction of occult forces after having defeated the Shambler once and for all. Pierce paid a heavy mental price for this knowledge. First dilemma. Leviathan has returned to torture Pierce. This time, the choice has allowed the detective to gain access to shocking revelations on the inhabitants of the island that he believed were his allies. Each piece of knowledge gained destroys Pierce's mind one more bit, a mind already weakened by visual and sound hallucinations that accompany Leviathan's visits. The detective's sanity is greatly undermined by these encounters. He's in danger of sinking into madness for good. So we've got 7 points available. So we can get that one sorted. And then we have 6 left, which will allow us to actually get one of these upgraded to the next level.
Sarah Hawkins was going to the whaling station.
Alright, so you get limited ammo. The ammo that you get at the start of this level, you can get a top-up, but once that top-up is also gone, you can't get any more ammo for the game. Another choice that we need to make in this chapter... Another choice we have to make in this chapter is we need to make sure that we give Kat a first aid kit and then examine the body of the deceased Mitchell. You do have a choice of giving the first aid kit to Mitchell if you want to, but to get the ending that I want, one of the other things I need to do is give the first aid kit to Kat instead, and also examine the body of the deceased Mitchell.
Stop. Oh, God. What am I doing?
Who's there? No.
How many died because of this madness?
Leave me alone. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you. Leave me alone. It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it.
Of course, on the ground, there'd be a little tiny thing preventing Pierce from putting his fucking feet over the fucking top of it.
To the whaling station.
Like, seriously, mate. It wasn't like there was a big, giant fucking boulder that was the size of fucking a giant.
Stop. Oh, God. What am I doing?
Like, seriously.
Go! Die! Who's there?
Bloody Captain. I'm not dying in this rat hole. Come on. If I find him...
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
What are you still doing here, Detective?
I need to go to the whaling station.
It's locked. You'll need a key to get there.
Right.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
You were chasing Fitzroy, but now you're here, injured.
How do you know? There were too many. Got us. If I don't get something to stop the bleeding, I'm a goner.
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Hurry up. I won't last long.
It looks like an old seaway map.
And when they found me, they ate my flesh. And my flesh granted them powers and revelations. You are getting closer, Truth Seeker.
The most precious gift of all. The truth. The ultimate truth about life. If I prove able to resurrect life, then it will only be a matter of time before I know how to create it. It will be the end of gods, be they ancient and powerful.
So there's a character, what's his name? Herbert West. There's a character called Herbert West in the reanimated movies, which were based off of the stories by H.P. Lovecraft. And for those who haven't seen the movie well, I haven't read the book, so I don't know if it's a direct adaptation or not. But in the movie anyway, Herbert West has found a way to bring people back from the dead. However, they essentially come back as zombies.
The Truth Seeker is not your savior. You will stop using your powers and never again approach the cult. Oracle or not, they will not get you.
You need a truth seeker. Someone with exceptional sensitivity to his dreams. This gift will lead him to this island. As I am the Oracle, I speak for him we cannot name.
Track the truth like the bloodhound you are.
What has she done?
Kat is in the Harbour Master's office, injured without a first aid kit. She won't survive. Fitzroy, Fuller, Hawkins all begin with the miraculous catch. Sarah Hawkins, the Oracle. What is her role when everything is done? And me? What am I still doing here? The truth unveiled. The senses are no longer reliable, neither is logic. In the Harbour Master's office, an old sea map triggered new residual images. Their number, their precision, their nature. Everything points towards them being, in reality, visual and sound hallucinations. However, the information that they provided matched the proof found throughout the investigation, beginning with the information on the miraculous catch. If Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller really were on board the Sealer and founded the cult, what age must they really be? So that's the thing, right? Like, when Pierce earlier in the story has a look at the photo and he sees that the person in the photo looks exactly like James Fitzroy, except he has a wooden leg, Fitzroy plays it off as if that was his father, but in fact, it's actually him. When they found the miraculous catch, he was with a wooden leg. However, because of the Leviathan, part of the side effect of eating the flesh was that his leg was able to grow back. And so that's why he doesn't have a wooden leg anymore. So he had to pretend to other people who weren't aware, outsiders to everything, that that was his father and not him. The same with Dr. Fuller and the same with Hawkins. They are the ones that were part of the miraculous catch all those years ago. Okay, there's no new entry in mental trauma, so that must have just been something additional to the losing of sanity or something.
Who's there? It's my body! Only I have the right to eat it!
I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you.
Go! Die!
Enough! No!
Pierce awoken in his prison cell. Bradley came in to free him, but his state forced Pierce to make an impossible choice. The detective is now after Sarah Hawkins. He hopes he will catch with the mad artist before she makes things worse.
Who's there? Who's there? You won't have my flesh! You won't have my skin!
Who's there? No!
Fine then, game. Gonna have to waste a fucking bullet.
Enough! Ah, no! It's my body! Only I have the right to eat it!
Who's there?
Alright, we got through that without having to waste a bullet.
Enough! No! I can't take any more! You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin. You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin. I can't take any more.
you. They got the boss. Nasty wound. I wanted to get her the first aid kit in the Hawkins warehouse, but there's one of those poor bastards in it. Too dangerous.
I'll see what I can do.
Alright, so to get the ending I want, one of the things I need to do is heal Kat and not Mitchell. But then when I heal Kat, I need to make sure I check Mitchell's body as well. This first aid kit will be useful. These possessed madmen are wiping out Darkwater, and I count on leaving here alive.
This should enable me to stop Kat's bleeding.
Hope his boss will have more luck.
Shit. They're going to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
Enough! Go! Die! Enough! I can't take anymore!
This should enable me to stop Kat's bleeding. Shit. They're going to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
Enough! Go! Die! Enough! Enough!
Motherfuckers, they're all fucking covering the friggin' way to get back
This
to
should
Kat.
enable me to stop Kat's
It's the
bleeding.
only fucking way you can get back to her. It's by going through that fucking path. Can't just, fucking climb over this fence or fucking something. Yeah, they're going to the whaling station. Shit.
They're going to the whaling
Go to the
station.
toilet. Fuck you.
I'd
Hurry
better
up.
hide and wait until they're gone.
Go!
Trying to fucking conserve ammo, but no, the game's like, no, you have to fucking use all your ammo. So fine, let's fucking use all our fucking ammo. Fuck you, and fuck you, and fuck you, and fuck you as well, and you and your fucking horse you fucking rode in on, and how about you fucking fuck yourself too? And you, and fucking you. Get the fuck out of my way.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
Here, take it.
Right. The entrance to the whaling station is behind the Hawkins warehouse.
Alright, so now we need to examine the body of Mitchell. How many of these assholes are there? Like, seriously. Fucking killed 6 of them, or more. They've probably got no ammo left now. the game forced my hand, because there's no fucking way to bloody push enemies off or anything like that. The main character fucking fought in World War I, yet he can't fucking push off an enemy that's fucking trying to attack him.
It's my body. Only I have the right to eat it.
He didn't make it. He didn't make it.
Alright, now we've satisfied that aspect to get the ending that I want. We can continue on to the whaling station.
Sorry.
Hey there, Anasune. How's things going for you? Anasune, are you doing okay? You got a pretty decent headache though? Oh no, dude. I hope it goes away soon. That really sucks.
No!
Somebody here. He's here. You won't have my flesh. You won't have my skin.
Empty.
Somebody here. Who's there?
Empty. It's happening.
Go! Die! Away!
Anderson, they're going to pick up a game you pre-ordered tomorrow, but knowing how YouTube works, your YouTube recommendations are going to be flooded with spoilers for said game within minutes. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. And a lot of people like put in their title and also the thumbnail the spoiler. Instead of coming up with a thumbnail that doesn't reveal the spoiler and coming up with a title that doesn't include spoiler information. Chapter 13, Abandoned Whaling Station. Pierce crossed the docks, where old acquaintances and new faces met their ends. All over the place, Leviathan slaves were wandering in search of a victim. After fighting his way through, and after discovering the truth about the origin of the cult and its founders, Pierce finally reached the whaling station. He hopes to catch Sarah Hawkins before she does something bad.
Sarah is with those bastards. I gotta find her quick.
Whaling station. Sarah Hawkins, is she here? Some sort of abandoned fish market. I can hear something. What's on the other side is calling me.
Locked. A rope and a hook. Could use that to hold the reservoir back.
Relatively thick rope to which a metal hook is attached. It must be used to pick up heavy materials. It looks strong enough to take the weight of the tank.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Diary of the Pastor's Wife, Volume 5. These are the last entries of the pastor's wife. Her husband ordered his faithful to come together for a final ceremony in the honor of Leviathan. She fears that the pastor will ask them to sacrifice themselves to this abomination. She tried to escape. This is probably why her body was found in a cave under the mansion. Anasune, once there was a video with an extremely specific spoiler in the title. Yeah. I mean, that stuff is not accidental. You know, it's on purpose they put that there.
Looks like a page from a log from 1847.
Page torn from log 1. Friday the 4th of June, 1847. 53 north, 53 west. We are starving. The fish seems to have deserted these waters. If I don't quickly find an answer to this crisis, Fitzroy could well set off a mutiny. Each day, more and more men believe in his tales of a miraculous catch. Merciful God, help me. Wednesday, 9th of June, 1847. 57 north, 51 west. We sighted an enormous whale further to the south, the biggest we've ever seen. Fitzroy keeps telling the men that this is the miraculous catch he promised them. We will catch it and bring it home to feed our families. This key opens the offices of the whaling station.
Fuller was a crew member too. Interesting.
Understand, like it was so specific, it was like the title came straight from the script. Yeah, it's annoying when that stuff happens. Page torn from a log 2. Wednesday, 23rd of June, 1847. 33 north, 53 west. The morning is biting cold. This creature made us work hard. Half of my crew is dead. I've never seen such a thing. I do not even know how to describe what happened. It's as if the creature was talking inside our heads. Some of my men went crazy and jumped overboard. This thing is not a whale. It's far bigger. I don't even know how to describe it. It practically gutted our ship with these tentacles. I don't know how. My harpoon finally pierced the skull of this monster. The crew is in a sorry state. Fuller looks after the injured, but some will not recover.
I'll be lucky if it's still sharp enough.
Knife. This knife is rusty, but it still looks usable.
It mentions the Leviathan. How it drove the sailors mad.
Page torn from Log 4. Friday the 27th of June, 1847. 37 North, 63 West. The whole crew has descended into madness. They speak of dreams, visions of a nightmarish city, and of a sleeping god. Madness. I locked myself in my cabin. I won't be able to hold out for long. Fitzroy has 12 men on his side. They sacrificed everyone who tried to stop them to their new god. I beseech you, Almighty God, to have pity on our souls. This will be my last prayer. I can hear them whispering.
Doesn't work.
I don't blame you, Kill Bandit, for not going on YouTube because of that. I had a character's death spoiled for me because I was looking at something else in a different game in the same franchise, but the suggested video was telling me in the next game after, which I hadn't played yet, the major death of a character, and I was like, oh great, can't unsee that now. And so, you don't mind spoilers, you mean you hate them, but the real problem you have with it is they started on day fucking 1. Exactly, yeah, you know. And it's not like you're choosing to have the suggested videos be that either, as well.
This should stop the cart from moving. This should help me get the tank swinging. This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. I need something to cut the rope to release the tank against the door. What is that thing? What is that thing?
Come closer.
Whaling station, Leviathan, how long have they been keeping him here? I recognize his presence. It was him, the voice, the dilemmas. What does he want of me? Where is Sarah Hawkins? Leviathan. Stellar lava, offspring of the earth. Leviathan is seen, feared, worshipped, and named by men. It is linked by its dreams to the one who sleeps, and will not find rest until its divine progenitor is free. There is no greater predator on Earth, and yet, this being that feeds on huge creatures will never directly attack men. It will instill fear, the dreams of Relia, and finally, madness into the minds of those it chooses to serve its designs. Cursed are those who cross its path, and more cursed still those who hear its voice, because for them no salvation in death. Leviathan. The true appearance of Leviathan was revealed, and no man can support this vision without going mad. Pierce set his eyes upon this cosmic being, and his mind suffered a new attack. He is trapped in the whaling station with Leviathan, and he must endure a series of ordeals if he is to survive this encounter. His choices will bear serious consequences for his sanity. That's okay, Anasune. Thanks for stopping in for a bit. I really hope that your headache goes away as well, and hopefully sleeping it off will actually get rid of it. You take care of yourself, Anasune. Catch you another time. Oh yeah, kill Bandit, because the thing is, like, you see arguments online, like people are like, "We'll go off the internet then for a week if you don't," but it's like, you shouldn't have to put on hold doing certain things on the internet just because there's spoilers for something. I understand if it's in a group on Facebook, or if you're on a Discord server and it's about a certain thing, then it's understandable for people to have the argument, well, just don't go and have a look in the group if you don't want to be spoiled for stuff. That's fair enough. But when it's just things like YouTube, so someone's supposed to not go on YouTube at all for a month, I think that's a bit ridiculous to expect. So when it comes to like videos online on YouTube that have spoilers in it, and it's blatant, and when people are scrolling through stuff, like it's the same with like Facebook, people scrolling through, and the first thing that appears on the screen for them as they're scrolling is the image of something. And so when they actually use the image of something that's spoilery, it's hard to not see that if you're scrolling, So it's up to the people who are posting the stuff to make sure that the thumbnail and the title doesn't actually reveal what the spoiler is in it as well. Kill Bandit, true, and it can be hard to stay off YouTube. Well, that's true as well, and the suggestions thing, like, you can probably turn suggestions off, but at the same time, like, there's a give and take as well.
No. That voice. Sarah?
Is this a PlayStation exclusive glitch? Because I can't bring the light up and I can't see jack fucking shit at all. Chapter 13, Abandoned Whaling Station. Pierce crossed the docks, where old acquaintances and new faces met their ends. All over the place, Leviathan slaves were wandering in search of a victim. After fighting his way through, and after discovering the truth about the origin of the cult and its founders, Pierce finally reached the whaling station. He hopes to catch Sarah Hawkins before she does something bad. I thought so, it was a glitch.
Hello. Who is this?
The quest for truth requires sacrifice. There's no room for compassion.
Who's there?
Your stubbornness at wanting to help others who would have deserted you is a weakness. Fate leads us inevitably to solitude, and in one's final moments, one is always alone. You can't escape it forever. It will always find its way.
Damn it!
That banging noise is insanely loud in this game, so I wanted to be able to run to it as soon as possible. But yeah, that was a glitch that happened before where the screen was entirely black. Couldn't see anything at all.
An old log.
Captain Hamilton's logbook. Monday the 24th of May, 1847, 42 north, 70 west. We have sailed from the island of Dark Water towards the north. Sailors say that these waters are haunted. I don't believe in these tales. It's not a good time for us. My men haven't seen the slightest trace of a whale for quite a while. If this season doesn't improve, they will no longer wish to serve on the Sela. Sunday 30th of May, 1847, 47 north, 55 west. We are not the only hunters here. While we were looking for a prey, we found dead whales, a dozen of them drifting, their entrails exposed. They had been shred, as if they had been attacked by a huge predator. It's very strange. Perhaps it is a sign from God. Perhaps it is this good catch that we have long hoped for. We must find it, whatever the risk. Hey there, Naruto. Welcome on in.
Belonging to the captain of the Scylla. The pages I found seem to be the missing ones.
Excision of the Madness Stone. Beliefs and other superstitions have sometimes contributed to the development of medicine. Several centuries ago, it was thought that a patient with a mental disorder had a stone of madness in his skull. A trepanation of the skull and excision were thus performed. Sometimes the patient survived, sometimes he was cured. Today, the vocabulary has changed, but the methods a little less. Yeah, Naruto. Yeah, I remember that your username used to be Yubei.
While the sailors were going insane, Fitzroy and the mutineers took over the ship and probably killed the captain.
Page torn from log 3. Thursday 25th June 1847. 35 north, 59 west. Fitzroy encouraged the men all day. They are in shock and can't overcome their trauma. They say they can hear the screams of their comrades turn mad. Some of them hurt themselves in a desperate attempt to stop the visions that haunted them. Others chose to embrace them. Fitzroy is one of the latter. He named the beast Leviathan because he believes in his biblical nature. I told them to get rid of it before it's too late. This thing is not the work of God.
Everything points back to the day they brought in that thing.
A forgotten photograph in the offices of the whaling station. Only a handful of the Sela crew is present. Captain Fitzroy and Dr. Fuller are included. It is dated 1847. Now, there's something that I want to try and read. It's very difficult to see because the text itself is not really that easy to read. Leviathan. This fascinating creature possesses incredible regeneration capabilities. The consumption of some parts of its body provokes various effects on humans, depending on the part ingested. Wherever a part of the creature's body is injured, or even completely removed, it immediately starts healing. After a few hours to a few days, it is as if nothing ever happened. The harpoon of Hamilton struck in the beast's brain probably explains why it can't leave. It seems paralyzed. It is still conscious, but it cannot something its defense systems or even move. It cannot activate its defense systems or even move. I managed to extract the... I don't know what it says there. Something from its brain, and its properties are amazing. I called it something in reference to the gods, ethereal something. I still need to make further experiments, but it appears that when a subject receives an injection containing this fluid something can control its mind. I don't know, not only... can't make that out. Probably because of our long exposure to the beast, or our frequent consumption of its flesh, making us part Leviathan. About 2 to 3 times bigger than a common whale. The tentacles are one of the most significant signs that the creature is not your typical whale. Something is still unknown, but it does remind us of our first glimpse of the god. The fat, when boiled, makes the oil. It can be used as a typical whale oil. Its best particularly something is to allow people to visualize glimpses of the mysterious city and God we saw ourselves. Our best efficient with creative people, having it consumed while sleeping also increases the effects. Consuming the flesh gives a certain form of immortality, or at least increases lifespan. It does not bring back youth, however. There we go. So the reason why all the characters that Edward Pierce meets do not look younger than they should be is because when they actually ate the flesh, they stayed the age that they were when they ate it. So that's why Fitzroy still looks like an old man, and that's why Dr. Fuller still looks old as well, because when they actually ingested the flesh in 1847, it gave them immortality, basically. In a sense, like, you can still kill them completely and they're dead, but it offers some form of immortality that may not be literal, but at least it allows the person to live, forever and ever, as long as they're consuming flesh, I guess, and they're not being killed, and the flesh itself regenerates as well. Bring back youth, however. The flesh is also responsible for the regeneration of the body and can heal almost any kind of injuries, even lost limbs. That's why Fitzroy's leg grows back when he eats the flesh. Fitzroy's legs grow back in less than a week. Surprisingly, he still limps like an amputee. Psychological? Waking, something. The use of the regeneration properties might make the body change, becoming more similar to the creatures and less human. There we go. So that's the best that I could read that information on that blackboard, given the fact that the text isn't 4K HD resolution, and the lighting is not sufficient enough to actually make it 100% clear.
Perfect.
Learn to obey.
Alright, so there's certain choices that I need to make. Now, the choices that you make, the actions that happen after you choose them may be the opposite to what you chose, but it still doesn't make what you chose irrelevant. So there's choices that I need to make sure that I get the ending that I'm after.
Ah, finally awake. How do you feel, Mr. Pierce?
Fuller! Son of a bitch! I'll kill you!
No, I'm not even really with you. Well, to be perfectly precise, I am with you, but not in this cell.
What have you done to me?
Me? Nothing, really. See, it's one of the exquisite effects of this incredible creature.
Leviathan!
I see you already know about it. Well, shall we begin?
Yes, we shall. Alright, so this is one of the things that we need to do. Alright, so we need to drink the medicine in this chapter. Now that choice there, if you choose not to take the medicine, I think Edward still drinks the medicine, but if you're going after the ending that I'm going after, choosing not to will actually not get the ending that I'm after. So I chose to drink the medicine, which is what you need to choose to get the ending that I'm after. Alright, so during chapter 13, I do not eat the Leviathan's body and do not pick up weapons during chapter 13. So I have to choose don't eat the meat, but he will eat the meat. But to get the ending that I need, the actual choice I have to make is not to eat the body of Leviathan.
Let me take a sample from you. Flesh, blood, spinal fluids. Don't fear. I created the mythological ichor from Leviathan's flesh. Who knows what I can make with you? I need your body for my research.
Alright, so another thing I need to do is not pick up any weapons during this chapter. To progress, the game wants me to interact with the gun, but what matters is the actual choice I choose when given the opportunity. So I need to make sure that I do not use the weapon. So if I try to go away, the game won't let me. Creates an invisible barrier that I can't go past. So I just need to make sure I don't use it. Don't pick up the gun. As I said before, even if I choose don't take the gun, Pierce will still pick it up. But the important thing, depending on what ending you want to go for, is what choice you actually make. So I need to make sure that I do not pick up weapons. So we choose don't take the gun.
Fuller, I killed him.
A necessary sacrifice that proves your determination.
Leviathan. Oh, I've already read that part. Dr. Fuller, age 52, occupation Riverside senior physician. Fuller is dead. I'd have great difficulty explaining what exactly happened. We were really no longer of this world, that's for sure. And, in a confused way, I know that Leviathan forced me to kill him. He did not hide the fact that he wanted his death. Alright, so there's still some choices that I need to make, but these are the choices that I have made for the ending that I want. So, do not drink alcohol. So, at the start of the game, in Pierce's office, you can actually drink alcohol, but for the ending that I want, I had to make sure not to. And you can also drink some alcohol at the mansion, but I didn't do that. Read all unholy books. So every time there's been an unholy book, I've read it. Tell Bradley the truth about what happened to Marie, so I did that. Choose an answer in Relian language 9 times. I don't know if I've done it 9 times yet, but every time I've been able to actually choose that language, I've chosen it. Accept Drake's help offer, which I did. Save Drake during the final clash with the Shambler, which I did. Embrace the Leviathan's knowledge, which I did. Drink the medicine during chapter 13, which I did. Do not eat the Leviathan's body and do not pick up weapons during this chapter, which I did. Give Kat a first aid kit and then examine the body of the deceased Mitchell, which I did. And kill Bradley in chapter 12, which I did. So unless I've fucked up somewhere, I should be on track to get the ending that I'm after. There's 4 different endings. I've already gotten 3 of the 4. For this playthrough, I wanted to get the one that I'm missing. Second dilemma. Pierce agreed to take Fuller's treatment, a preparation derived from Leviathan's fluids.
Find the truth and be free.
Nothing's happening.
Fitzroy. Time to hoist the white flag. We're not gonna hurt you.
I won't go without a fight.
You think you're here of your own accord?
Stay back, or I'll put a bullet in your head.
Our supreme oracle has spoken. You will follow your destiny.
What?
It is awakened.
I see. You cannot escape my awareness. I followed your wanderings, your choices, your attempts to free yourself from destiny. But it is unavoidable. And as I predicted, you have come to free me. Awaken and call him.
Alright, final chapter of the game. Chapter 14, Coastal Cave. Pierce finally met Leviathan in flesh and blood. The monstrous creature submitted him to a series of ordeals, at the end of which he decided that the detective was ready to face his destiny. Pierce blew up the whaling station and, after a final confrontation with Leviathan, he passed out.
The voice. I can't hear the voice anymore.
You are trapped. Keep going.
My God.
This way. Stand up. Walk.
Is somebody there? Hey, who are you? Where am I? The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found.
So essentially, Leviathan knew that if it went around and killed all the whales that were around Darkwater Island, that it would then force the inhabitants to send a ship out at sea to go hunting. And because it could influence people through their dreams, it meant that it could communicate to the people on the ship, and people like Fitzroy and Fuller and all that were open to hearing that. And so in turn they knew that they would actually get what they were referring to as the miraculous catch.
To our fallen crew members, they have given their lives for a greater purpose. The last name added is that of Charles Hawkins. I'm willing to bet that they killed all the survivors of the miraculous catch.
And so there was a mutiny that was caused by Fitzroy between him and the others who believed and those who did not. And these are the people that didn't believe or were against Leviathan / against Fitzroy and everyone else. And Charles Hawkins' name is put on there because he essentially betrayed the cult by trying to stop Sarah from being influenced. And Sarah's the Oracle. And so it's been foretold that she would be the one that would... her destiny was to be the Oracle as well. So no matter what Charles Hawkins tried to do to actually prevent her involvement, he couldn't do anything about it because it was all written before.
It will soon be time, Pierce.
You are dead. None of this is real. I saw you dead, as I see you now. Am I crazy too?
You survived. Don't you understand? You couldn't die. You will stay alive until you've fulfilled your destiny.
No!
Look at me. Look at me, Pierce. Dare tell me that you still don't believe it.
Alright, so I still need to make sure that to get the ending I want, I need to actually answer in the Relian language.
Cthulhu Ilya.
When I was 8, my little brother fell from the apple tree. He was bleeding. I took care of him. That very day, I decided to become a doctor. I never reneged on my oath. That's what led me to Darkwater. The people here needed me. I died trying to save one of them. Help me give them a second chance. Embrace the power of this sleeping god.
You're out of your mind.
It's not just your life that is at stake. Many men and women have sacrificed themselves for this moment.
Colden!
You will not deprive them of their hope of a better life.
I saw what Leviathan did to Fuller. We will all die like him.
His life was written well before it started. It was not predetermined that he lived to see the call. But you? Yes. It is your destiny.
This painting. The investigation. I understand now. Like you, I was called here by a higher power.
Yes. All your choices had the sole purpose of preparing you for the final decision.
I must make a choice.
Not just make a choice. The right choice.
Not yet, but soon. We have one more thing to accomplish.
What is it?
I must take you to Sarah Hawkins, our Oracle.
Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. How's things going?
Sarah, I feel her calling me. Let us not wait any longer.
Not yet. You have one last thing to accomplish.
No, please. I can't do it.
Do you understand what it is?
She has already fulfilled her mission. Worry about your own.
No. No.
No one can fight their fate. Neither them nor you.
Shut up! Silence! Stop! Go away! Stop!
Don't resist, Edward. They're already dead. There's nothing you can do. Just give in.
What happened to me? Sarah. I must go to Sarah. She is the Oracle. She will know what to do.
Lucinda, doing well. You got your popcorn ready to see Edward lose his mind. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that you're doing well. And I'm hoping that I've done everything right to get the ending that I want. We'll definitely soon find out. Because I'll know if it's not one of the options to choose, then I know that I haven't gotten it as an option.
The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found.
Already read that. Whoops. Yeah, listen, that's part of it. There's also some other choices you need to make. Like, you need to make sure that you kill Bradley. You need to make sure that you ask for Algernon Drake's help. You need to make sure that you save him from the Shambler. You need to make sure that you answer in that other language every time. Or it says 9 times in the guide I'm looking at, but just to be on the safe side, I choose that every time. Also need to make sure that I read all unholy books. Need to also make sure that I tell Bradley the truth about what happened to Marie. Also have to make sure that when you are tasked with taking the medicine or not, that I choose to take the medicine. And when it asks if you want to eat the flesh of the Leviathan, I have to choose no, even though the game will still make you eat it. The important thing is the choice that you make, so I had to choose no. And when it comes to taking the gun or leaving the gun, I had to leave the gun. Even though choosing that option still has Edward shoot Dr. Fuller, I still needed to make sure that when I chose the choice, that I chose not to use the gun. So I've done all of that stuff. And I had to embrace all of the Leviathan's knowledge as well, whenever it would actually want me to understand. Gotcha. That's a lot to remember. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm using a guide to keep track, because I don't know if I could have kept track. You remember the context of most of it? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, because the game will go against your choice, in those moments with the medicine. If you choose no to drink the medicine, he'll still drink the medicine. But what determines what ending you get, as far as those choices is concerned, is what you literally choose in the options. It's not what actually happens afterwards that's important. Chapter 14, Alabaster Point. After a final confrontation, Pierce must go to Alabaster Point, where Sarah Hawkins is supposed to be waiting for him. There he must make decisions that could change the destiny of the world.
Reality as you know it stops here.
None of this makes sense.
Go! She is waiting.
What have they done to me?
Come on.
Oh!
Mr. Pierce, I was expecting you.
Fuller, you died in front of my eyes.
Don't jump to conclusions. Is there not the tiniest spark of a scientific mind inside of that detective skull of yours?
What abject substance did you use to turn her into an empty shell?
Abject substance? The serum extracted from Leviathan's oil bestows the power of life. To me, my body is nothing but the mortal vessel of my conscience. To you, it contains more answers and secrets than your insignificant mind can grasp.
Stand up, and yet here you are. You never give up.
That is not you. Not anymore. Not since your disappearance on the docks.
Ah, detective. So easy to fool you. So eager to rush to the rescue of a woman in distress.
You won't make me regret having tried to save people. I did what I could. Even for Colden.
Your efforts to change your destiny, although in vain, make you worthy of the fate that is yours. The day has come. You will be asked to choose.
You took everything from me. Wife, life, destiny.
You forsook your right to a normal life the moment you chose power over humanity. No one wants to see such an unbearable sight.
You don't have the slightest idea of what you speak, of what I've been through. I have sacrificed my life to the one who sleeps. My marriage, my family, my own flesh. Why didn't Sarah choose me? Why is it your damn face on her painting?
But you already know it. I can see that you will make the right choice.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your fear of the unknown and your stupid pride cloud your judgment. Quit lying to yourself and embrace your destiny. It's not cowering that brought you those medals.
None of this is real. Trust your guts.
If nothing's real, what are you?
I am a projection of your mind. What remains of that instinct that pulled you out of the trenches. Don't listen to them. They're too dangerous for your tired mind.
It's right there.
I'm almost there.
Here you are at last, Truth Seeker.
She was waiting for you.
You were waiting for me.
Yes. When I finally discovered the truth, I knew you would come. All this time I was fighting it, afraid of what I might discover. But I was afraid of myself.
It's coming.
What did you learn?
Listen to me, Edward Pierce, as I will deliver the truth.
Alright, so I still need to make sure that I'm answering with the R'lyehun language.
I have seen things. Strange and horrifying, but always true.
Will you trust my words?
Yes.
One man only prepared by the trials and revelations, holds the power to change the world. Because I saw you in the dreams I share with my God. I recognize you for what you are. A truth seeker. One of the rare humans who is able to perceive fragments of his mind.
Yes, yes!
I feel the truth in your words.
Because it was written. Or, as I like to see it, painted on the canvas of fate.
Pierce, help me!
Alright, so if you play through the game normally and you don't worry about doing specific things, the options here, I think you'll only have like, I will perform the ritual, or perform the counter ritual, but the only ending that I haven't gotten yet is the sacrifice oneself. So all the choices I made was to make sure that when we got to this part of the story, this option was available. So this is the ending that we're going with. And for those who are interested, there is actually an after credits sequence as well that changes depending on which choice you make. Actually, no. I think if you just play through normally, the only option you will get... Oh, no, it's sort of weird. The way that they describe it when I look up the endings, where I looked up, they mentioned that Call of Cthulhu is the default ending. It always is available regardless of the choices made by the player during the game. So that would be the do the actual ritual. So that one's always available. If you want to get the counter ritual, you need to make sure that Drake survives the final meeting with the Shambler. And then that way, when you get to the ending here, you'll get the option to do the counter ritual, which is what I've done before. So the endings that I've gotten before this one was Call of Cthulhu, the suicide of Sarah Hawkins, and conduct the counter ritual. And so now I finally have the ending that I didn't have before, which was the protagonist's suicide. If you want to actually get the option to have the suicide of Sarah Hawkins, you need to make sure that you drink alcohol, whereas for the suicide one that I got, you have to not drink it. The suicide of Sarah Hawkins, you have to read all the unholy books, which is the same for the protagonist's suicide. Never answer in Ryllian language, so that means that whenever you get the option, you don't answer in that language, whereas for the protagonist's suicide one, you have to. It doesn't mention anything in the suicide of Sarah Hawkins ending related to Bradley and Marie Colden, so I think you can either tell Bradley the truth or not. Accept Drake's help offer. You need to do that in the suicide of Sarah Hawkins as well, if you want to get that ending. Save Drake during the final clash with the Shambler. You need to make sure you do that for the ending of the suicide of Sarah Hawkins as well. To get the suicide of Edward Pierce ending, I had to embrace the Leviathan's knowledge. If you want to get the suicide of Sarah Hawkins ending, you need to make sure you don't embrace the knowledge. To get the protagonist's suicide, I had to not eat the Leviathan's body and do not pick up the weapons during Chapter 13. To get the suicide of Sarah Hawkins ending available, you need to not drink the medicine, not eat the body, and not raise the weapon. Whereas for the protagonist's suicide ending, you need to make sure you drink the medicine and do not eat the Leviathan's body and do not pick up the weapons. And to get the protagonist's suicide, you have to also kill Bradley in Chapter 12. But if you want to get the option of the suicide of Sarah Hawkins, you need to make sure you save him during Chapter 12. So that's some of the differences. I'll provide a link to the actual page that I'm looking at with all the endings. Very chilling. Thank you for the GGs, Lucinda and Kill Bandit. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. That is cool, Lucinda. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, the different endings, because I still feel the best ending, not in terms of like best and worst ending for your character, but I mean the best ending, as in I really like how it ends, is the Call of Cthulhu actually happening. The only thing is, I wish they actually allowed you to see Cthulhu longer, because if you actually get the ending where you actually perform the ritual, you see him, but it's just a quick flash in the flash of lightning, and then you don't see any more. But the game spoils that for you anyway in this menu, because you can already see him. But I think it's the best ending because it feels the most accurate to what the whole thing is about, like destiny. Your story is already written. Anything you do to change it is not going to change the outcome. So I feel that that's the best ending in that regard as well. But whether or not you think one of the endings is the best depends on different factors as well. But the best ending for Pierce would be the suicide of Sarah Hawkins. Or maybe the counter ritual. There's one ending where Edward Pierce is in a mental hospital, so it makes it out that everything he experienced was just in his mind. And I think that's the best outcome for him. Or maybe it's not. I can't remember the other endings. But in any case, I got the ending that I'd never gotten before, which was the suicide of Edward Pierce. So that concludes the playthrough. I was going to do this playthrough in October, but I don't know if I'll have enough time to fit all the games into October that I want to, because I am doing a massive marathon of the supermassive games: Until Dawn, Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me, and if it releases in October, Directive 8020 and The Quarry. So that's 7 games right there that I want to do a playthrough of in October this year, plus my usual stuff like Alan Wake, and then there's also Alan Wake 2 coming out in October, so that'll be part of that too as well. So I thought I'd do this playthrough of Call of Cthulhu now, as in started last week and then finished today, so I could get that ending as well. It's one of those games that I always get drawn back to replay. So even though I've gotten all the endings now over, because I mean, the first time I played the game was in 2020, I think. So I've gotten all the different endings now. So 2020 got one, 2021, yeah. So I think 2020 was the first time I played this game. So I've gotten all the endings now, but I will play this game in the future, of course. But now that I've actually gotten certain endings, it will allow me in the future when I replay this game to maybe do some more chat interaction stuff. Like maybe, channel points to redeem what options to choose, and things like that. But that's for another playthrough in the future. But that is the end of Call of Cthulhu. Just want to thank everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. Now, I still feel like streaming something. So in keeping with first-person horror, I'm actually going to stream a game that I was going to stream yesterday. if I was able to finish Stray earlier, but I wasn't able to, so I had to keep playing Stray until I finished it. I was going to do a playthrough of Outlast 1 yesterday, but I wasn't able to fit it in. So because I still have some time up my sleeve and I still feel like streaming something, I'm now going to end the stream of Call of Cthulhu, and I'm going to do a playthrough of Outlast 1. Just the main game, not the DLC. I won't be reading documents and all that kind of stuff, so it'll pretty much just be a go through the game from start to finish. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I'm going to take a break of about, let's say 10 minutes, around that, and I'll be back with the first Outlast. Anyone who can't make it to the next stream, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for watching this one. And the next stream you'll see from me will be Outlast 1. If you missed the Outlast stream, Thursday and Friday is Tomb Raider 2. My Thursday stream will actually start later though, on Thursday my time. So whatever time it is now around the world for people watching, it'll be around this time, or an hour and a half, give or take. But I'll definitely be streaming Thursday still, but it'll be a later stream for me. XD Zunako, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much. That's right, Stanley. 10 minutes. Lucinda, see you soon. You'll be back in a bit after you check in with Crookie. Enjoy your break. No worries at all, Lucinda. Thank you so much for stopping in for this stream. And we'll definitely catch you in the next stream when I'm doing Outlast. So thanks everyone for watching, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes with Outlast 1.